Okay, good morning. My name is Claudette Jinks. I'm with the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. I'm just going to do a few housekeeping things. It sounds like we have a few people that have already joined us online or via conference call. We'll get to them here shortly during the introductions, but like you guys are familiar, or some of you are new to the committee, whenever you have a comment, make sure to click your mic button on and off whenever you're ready to speak. And are there any questions before we get started? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and we'll get to those that are joining us online via conference call shortly, and I will go ahead and turn it over to our co-chairs.
Good morning. I would like to welcome everybody to the Applied Texas Advisory Committee. We'll go ahead and start with welcomes and introductions. I'm Melinda Carroll, Director of Admissions and Registrar for North Central Texas College.
Good morning, Rebecca Lothringer, Executive Director of Admissions, University of North Texas.
Good morning, Michelle Walker, Director of Admissions Operations, Texas A&M University.
Margaret Decken, Associate Vice President for Enrollment Management, Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi.
Good morning, it's Christine Gann at Sam Houston State University.
Good morning, Larry Barroso. I serve as a Director for College Connections and Admissions at South Texas College.
Good morning, Todd Fields, Registrar, Collin College.
Candace Appleton Kuntz, Office of Admissions at Texas Christian University.
Lynn Pickett, Office of Admission, Texas Christian University.
Nicole Mancone, District Director of Admissions and Records, Tarrant County College.
Jamie Hansard, Executive Director of Undergraduate Admissions at Texas Tech University.
Lisa Hernandez, Assistant Director of Admissions at Angelo State University.
Mike Washington, Associate Director of Admissions, University of Texas at Austin.
Tim Brace, Applied Texas.
Those of you in the audience, go ahead. Morning, Derek.
And this is Monique Murphy, who's new to the Applied Texas team as a developer, and this is her first time, so y'all be nice.
And if you're joining us on the phone, would you please introduce yourselves?
Hi, this is Connie Garrick at Lone Star College, Director for Records and Registrar.
Pooja Malapati, Student Representative from University of Texas at Arlington.
Good morning. My name is Vanessa Maldonado. I'm the Executive Director of Admissions for Texas State Technical College.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate you being here with us this morning. The next item on our agenda is to review and adopt the minutes from the December 5th meeting. We'll just take a few minutes to look over those if you haven't already, and if there are any changes, this would be the time to let us know. I do see one change that needs to be made on the minutes that I found on page 3. In the box about the vote was taken to question the changing of the opening date. The action by telephone, Melissa Gann, should read Melissa Galliant. Any other changes anyone noticed? With no other changes, do we have a motion to approve with the one change being made?
Motion to approve with the correction.
Thank you, Nicole. A second?
A second.
Thank you, Michelle.
Okay, we're going to go on to our next agenda item. Dr. Tim Brace is going to give a report from the technical team.
Before we get started, I wanted to let you know we do have copies coming, hopefully shortly, so they can update you and you can go along with that. But until then, we will go with Tim's discussion.
I think I can walk everybody through this. What's being printed out is a little different, but I can update. If you look on your packet there on page 7, we can walk through most of what's, I can just update you on what's on that. So some of these include items that were not prioritized or were simply left pending with either no discussion or there wasn't a decision made on them. And that would include the first couple. The first one about the way we do the custom questions would be a very large project. We want some more direction on exactly what you wanted. There seem to be some different ideas about how to do it. We'd have to involve the way the database brings back data to see what the best way would be. We're looking at ways to make it easier for the student. We've added some things when they first go in as to how the questions are presented to them, but showing them all at one time is not a way that we think would be a good way to go and would be very difficult for us. So at this point, it was simply left. And unless it would not be something we'd be able to address going forward at this time. The next one was a request to remove what was considered to be an unnecessary question, and again, that was left pending. Removing a question is not difficult if the group wanted to revisit that, but that's where it was. I think there must have been some discussion as to whether it was really wanted by some people or not. So. The next one to...
No, just a second. Tim, I'm sorry. No, if you're on the phone right now, if you could mute your line, we can definitely hear someone through the phone.
He's got to eat that omelet kind of on the side.
Someone who is moving around right now.
There's a rat in the internet. Okay, the third one listed, adding NA, not applicable to the parent visa question, that's done and in production now. So as I go through some of these, there's a couple of different states having to do with done. If I say it's done, I'll try to explain, but done means, sometimes it means it's ready for the new cycle. And if I specifically say done and in production, that means it's there now. And sometimes we'll go ahead and move it in if it seems something that's useful and won't interrupt we're very careful, as you all know, about putting anything in now, because there are people already in there doing things, but some things we go ahead and do that for. The parental education level questions, changing to the second parent to unknown or not applicable for the relationship is in our list and will be done, and that was approved and is a priority. So there's no problem doing that. Number 5, that is currently also being done, and we don't see any problem with that one. That's updating the father, mother to parent 1, parent 2 in the scholarship app. That's to make to be consistent among our different apps as to how we treat the father, mother moving to parent 1, parent 2. Address deliverability is also in progress. It's being tested, and we have gone through with the purchase, which was approved by the committee of $10,000 for unlimited use for a year. That's going to be a going cost, but we'll be able to reassess that after the first year and continue to purchase it if it works. So we will. We're installing that and still testing right now, but we're way ahead of it right now, and I think that there shouldn't be any problem. That's moving forward. Number 7 was simply something that we are going to catch. We haven't really done anything on this, but it was just, we get complaints sometimes from students who email the help desk and don't know certain terms. And so as we gather information about, if we find patterns for certain terms, we'll address it and would want to come back to the coordinating board and to you about, especially if it's an interpretation of something that's a legal term or a legal statement. And at this point, we don't have any specific instances. It's just something we'd like to keep in mind. The CEB codes, that request was withdrawn, so we aren't, the request was to send CEB codes all the time, whether they were specifically chosen by the school to send CEB codes or not among the different codes they can choose. That was dropped last time. The adding the word count to custom questions and the scholarship short answers is done, so that will be rolled out with the new cycle. The deadlines for essays, we believe we'll be able to do that. It looks like that was possibly left pending since it was a medium. I think I actually have it as a secondary priority, which is a little different from where it was at one point. But we have that on our backlog, and it's not trivial, but we believe we'll be able to do that. I'm looking for approval from Michelle as I say that. Opening later in the morning is, we don't believe that there's going to be a problem with that. We're looking at 10 o'clock in the morning for, meaning just on that one day, the day that we open, we will open up for the cycle at 10 a.m. instead of at midnight. And then right beyond that, we are preparing, or we're opening on July 1st. That's the first date that you will be able to open an app.
Tim, on
Yes.
the opening at 10 a.m., are you going to post that somewhere so that students that get in there don't bombard you with emails?
Yeah, we need to make sure we go through a communication.
Yeah, because they'll be on there at midnight, and they'll start hitting
We
your
should put
help
one of those
desk.
little clocks, you know, count down to open. But we do, you're right, we do need to, and we need to make sure, I guess, that our counselors and, so that they're not telling people, you know, go ahead and get in there at midnight, that'll be fun. Because you're a high school senior, you're probably up anyway, you know, so. In summertime, yeah. So that's a good thing we need to, thank you. And we are prepared to open on July 1st, which just means that all the schools will be able to open their fall 2018, summer 2018 apps to open July 1st at 10 a.m. if they want. Okay. No one has to. There's a wording change involving, on number 14, a wording change involving a confirmation page for an institution charging a zero application fee, and this is done and will be rolled out with the new cycle. Number 15, which is making the high school date mandatory, and that's done and will be rolled out with the new cycle. Number 16 has to do with the labeling for two-year schools on the school page and the fact that it's used a lot of different ways by a lot of different schools. Sarah did some research on that, and we believe, we have a suggestion. We're kind of waiting for you all to let us know what you want. There was a suggestion based on, and in surveys the wrong word, a scan and documentation of all the ways that the schools, that the two-year schools use this. And we would suggest that if we use the term degree/program, that it would take care of almost all, that we think that would work. Right now it says school, which doesn't really translate well often into the way two-year schools use their programs. Is there a response to that from two-year representatives here? Would degree/program work for you in a way of making it clear as clear as possible to the student of what is in that pull down? Melinda, you have anything?
I think it would clarify somewhat for at least our institution who uses it first as degree and then the secondary, the program within that particular degree or certificate. So I don't want to speak for all, but for my two-year institution, I think it would help clarify that and when information is being asked.
Hi, this is Connie at Lone Star, and for us, it's definitely by our campuses because of the 6 campuses. We need that more so than by a degree in a program.
So right now it says school, and that's helpful to you to have it be school?
It is helpful for us.
Because you use that pull down for campuses?
We do.
Okay. You just got a handout. Unfortunately, it was sorted not by number. So since we're about halfway through, it might be better to stay with what we have. I sorted it by status, and so there may be some points of discussion and some clarification on here that's useful, but I think, why don't we, for now, since we're about halfway through, why don't we go ahead and just stick with the sheet you have, and I will bring you up to date as we go through on the statuses. So this, I guess, is a place, do we want to discuss, this is a report, so the next item is discussion of change requests. I don't know, Claudette, if you wanted that just to be for new requests, or should we go ahead and discuss this issue now, since it looks like our suggestion might not work for everyone, and we don't have, at this point, an easy way to make that customizable and don't have that as a project.
I would think that it would be better to complete the report first to find out the status of where we are on everything, and then have the discussion to look at what needs to be changed from the current report plus the new change request.
I agree.
Thank you.
That's really good. That must be one of the reasons you're in charge.
I think I was the person that said yes.
17 was simply a request to share information, which has been done. I don't know if there's going to be anything came out of that. That was a request that came out of, I think, one of the conference attendees from last year was that some of the two-year school administrators would like to know some of the functionality that's in the four-year school admin site, and Sarah has shared that with them. We just, at this point, would wait for any follow-up requests. I think at that point it was just informational. I believe that the next one, which is 18, is on hold. Anything to do with residency, we haven't moved forward with. We had talked before about changing the handling of dual credit residency questions, and we aren't moving forward on that at this time.
I do notice that is not on the agenda, so do we have an update on that? The residency? Is there, when Jane left, she was still working on that with someone?
Since we're in legislative session, we've decided to go ahead and postpone that conversation till, I guess, after the session. So probably the next meeting.
Okay.
We can discuss.
Number 19, which changes some birth year input from text boxes to pull downs, that's done and will be rolled out with the new cycle. Number 20 is done. That way we can get feedback from students from the survey that comes in, and after we get further into the cycle, we can do some more mining on that. We're finding things that we kind of already knew, which is telling us, we're asking them what's the hardest part of the app and what's the easiest part of the app, and any suggestions for changes that would make it easier for them. And we found some interesting things, some of which I may already have shared. One of which is, because we already knew, which was that the extracurricular activities, those pages are often the most difficult to do, but I don't know that we could make them any easier. I think the schools really want that information to be as detailed as possible. We moved it from one big page that had a lot of them to a page that's a little cleaner, and then they can add them as they go. But unless we get some ideas ourselves or ideas are presented from the group, we don't really know how to make that section easier. It's just a difficult section, but I don't know that it's difficult because we're not doing it well, or because there's information on there that's not needed. I think with the feedback we've gotten is that that's needed, and that's just a tough section that they have to slog through. The other thing that's come out, which I think would be something for us to think about, and we have thought about it a little bit, and maybe we'll suggest some text changes, is that we get complaints from students who say that the apps often, especially the freshman app, is so designed for high school students and not for older learners, and that it might simply be some text changes, but also some of the questions might involve they don't get a chance to put in experience that might help them, and you're asking them to talk about, extracurricular activities that you're kind of assuming that they did when they're a junior or senior in high school and not after they were out in the work world. So that's something to think about that we have, and I know that Claudette and I have talked about an initiative that involves working with people out of that are older than high school age that they want to help and encourage them to go back to college. So it might be something that will come up again. We'll just kind of deal with them, I think, individually as they come up. But that's something that I've noticed as a bit of a trend. Uh, 21, that's done, where we changed the essay word limit to 500 to 750 suggested with no max suggested. I think it was 350, 500 with a max of 650 suggested before, and that was changed and is done and will be rolled out. Making the test scores page optional. That's on our backlog, and we're looking at that, and we believe that we should be able to do that. Depending on any suggestions for large projects that might come out later in this meeting. 24 is removing some confusing things in the app, and that's done and already in production right now for the current cycle. The grad apps were appearing in the list of possible app types when you already say you want an undergrad app. So we're assuming that if they said that, they really do want an undergrad app and don't want to see the grad app as a possibility. 25. This one we've not acted upon. It's just left pending. It would involve some work for schools that don't use Apply Texas at all for grad apps. What the student gets is a message saying that the school doesn't have grad apps open for the semester that they're interested in applying. And so something a little more elegant would be useful because it might imply to the student that there might at some point be a grad app open. We can maybe find some text or something, to simply, if you have any questions or whatever, contact the institution. There may be a way to handle that a little better. But at this point, building something in the administrative suite where a school could come in and say, we don't use Apply Texas at all. Please don't give that message. Give this message. Would be a project. We could do that, but it would be a project of adding some fields and adding something to the admin suite. 26, that's also having to do with residency. 27, we didn't take action on this. I think there was some confusion of exactly where this was happening. This was a request to add English to the option about on languages spoken. And I think we were not instructed to take any action on that. Number 28. This one I think we will need to come back to. We have not, the report is we've not taken any action on it. I think there's some discussion that needs to be had about that, unless you just don't want any action. Actually, let me see. I'm sorry. 28 was a request to remove that, right? And we have not, but it will need to revisit it. Yes. Okay. 29. we would like to take a look at this. At this point, we would want to have some guidance on some of this. I think one of the suggestions here was just to move some information we already have to a different part of the page, which might be useful, because we already have something that says which app should I choose, but maybe we could make it a little more obvious to the student. So we'll continue to take a look at that, and if we can have a little bit of freedom to move that link around a little bit, if we think it would make it more obvious, then we can go ahead with that. 30, there was no action taken on this. We were asked to add a question as to whether the applicant has ever been expelled, dismissed, suspended. I think at this point, it can be used as a custom question. We don't control what people put in their custom questions, so if someone wants to put that there, as to whether that's okay is not for us to decide on the technical side. 31, and this also was suggested to use this, to use custom questions for this. The asking questions about applying for fee waivers. 32, this is in progress. We've gotten some very nice feedback to help us decide how to handle that, and we'll continue. I think Nicole has done great on that, and we need to make some more communication with some of the other schools, but basically we believe that we'll be able to handle that to make the two-year app modifiable so that it can be used by as an international app by conditionally showing or not showing certain things inside the app. So we're feeling good about that and how that's going to work. That was one of our high priorities for the year. Excuse me? Yeah, you're done. Thank you. We'll be back in touch, so don't leave town. And I guess we'll contact you as we get to a part where we'll want to test that, and then we'll want to bring some other people in too from the community to test that, since it is an important change to that, and we'll want to make sure it works the way you want it to work. 33 is done, which was also a priority. To add a question that's currently from the transfer app to the readmit app, which has to do with the intent with why the person is applying for readmission. 34 is also, well, it's in final stages before done, which is basically we think the coding is there and it's just being tested by the team, which is to carry the student address to the supplemental parental information page. That's written as reduce a number of times. That's number 34. 35, that one I think that's on our list, on our backlog, and we I think are waiting final approval of the verbiage on that. But we'll be able to do that. We will be able to address the request number 36 to add these several fields to the report, to the downloaded report. We think that that won't be a problem. 37. This, I believe, it said, what your handout says, expand the list of data elements. Oh, there it is. Yeah, add all custom questions. We're gonna take a look at this, and one question we would have would be whether we could make this a separate download, and whether that would be useful. I think that came from Candace. I think adding all of that to the current download would be a big problem in terms of data transfer. But if we could make that a separate download, would that work for people who maybe want to use that?
It definitely would work on, I think, on the private school side. Yes.
Okay. Well, that's on our list to address. So. And we have it listed as something we can get to if we can, and at this point, we believe we should be able to address that.
So Tim, these are data elements that are included in a download, an Excel download on the site, right? Not, when it says data elements sent to the colleges, it almost sounds like it's part of the EDI.
Yeah, that's.
But you're talking about when we go in and download.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just clear.
Yeah, you're right. It should be. I think it was originally written as exported file, and that could be looked at a couple of different ways. We export the information to the NSC, but download is also an exported file. So that came from Candace. That was your request, right? That be downloaded.
Correct.
Yeah. So we added. So one request is to add some fields to the already existing one, and another request. Well, and those were some of the fields, to add all the custom questions. And if we split those into two, we think that could be doable. 38 is done and in production. This came from Michelle to basically add something to the, and she add some text to the that's there, that you see there on 38, which just basically says you just got this email saying you submitted, and you might not be able to go immediately to that school. You won't be able to essentially be able to, whatever, there'll be some follow-up. It will take a little time. You know, you can't go to UT and see it on my status immediately because it hasn't been loaded yet. And there may be, I think people get IDs that's sent to them and various things. The communication hasn't started yet. And I guess you get emails that say, where's my, how come you haven't talked to me? So letting them know ahead of time that there's a little bit of time involved. And 39, having to do with the institutions not wanting negative income amounts. So that is done and currently already moved to production for the current cycle. So that is my report.
Tim, there was, I think, a couple that I'm trying to take notes and that I don't have notes next to. So number 13, did you give us an update on that one?
No, because I deleted that from my list. Why did I do that? I didn't.
I'll just write deleted here next to 13.
I think that means I didn't want you to bring it up, Rebecca. I think that. This was an issue that was brought up, but we researched it and didn't find that it was an issue. Having to do with, there was a thought that certain information was not being copied, and we could use better instructions, but we think it's due to the fact that some institutions use this information and some don't, and so if you have one that didn't use it and you copied it to someone that does, or maybe you weren't that far in the app and you went ahead and copied, we weren't able to reproduce the problem, is how we say it in the programming world. So at this point, I think maybe what we could do is to make sure that our instructions about copying need to be clear about that. Were there any others that I deleted that you noticed?
It seemed like there was one other, but I need to see if I can find it. It was farther down the list.
the foster care, did you address?
Well, now I'm not seeing it. I will let you know if I find it.
Yeah, there's the list that, yeah, well, the showing all custom questions is not on the second handout you got, which is, but it's on this list. But you're right, I just, I think all the ones that are on the first handout you got with the highlight, I think all of those I did go over in the report.
Oh, number 23, make test score page optional for
Yes,
schools.
yeah, that is, that's in our backlog that we believe we'll be able to do that. That is, what number was that?
That was number 23.
Thank you. Let me make sure I'm not speaking out of turn. Yeah, that's.
Where the
that-
schools that don't require tests can actually not show tests.
Right,
Those are the only two that I didn't capture notes.
okay.
I have a question regarding number 30. So this is new, ask whether the application has been expelled, dismissed, suspended, and it says for now, leave as custom question.
Yeah,
Is it true that we already have a question on the application asking if they're on academic suspension? I'm looking at the preview of the 2017, but I thought we asked that on the application.
Ask if they're in good standing.
We ask if they're in good academic.
Good academic standing?
Yeah.
So you have it twice? This is actually your application. It's worded differently, so that's what makes me think this is an actual custom question?
No, that's not a custom question. That's
Are you,
part of the app.
well, yours is, are you currently on academic suspension from the last college or university attended?
Yeah, that's part of the app.
Okay.
That is there in the app.
Okay, so are we removing that?
no,
Okay,
no. This was a separate request, I guess, which kind of had to do with a couple of other things besides suspension. Also, I think it says something about ever, right? Have you
And
ever?
this had to do with behavior as opposed to academic.
Right.
And so some schools do have a custom question asking this. Not all schools do.
okay.
Yeah, so this custom question would be more about, are you suspended due to conduct as opposed to academics?
And then I have a question about 31. When I looked at 31, I thought 31 was, they were wanting to address the ability to take off the option to apply for a fee waiver or apply with a fee waiver versus, I think maybe the way that we looked at it this time was making it a custom question. So that wouldn't really work unless the custom question said, even though you can check fee waivers on the page where you say how you're going to pay, we don't accept them.
Yeah.
That's what we decided to do?
That's kind of what you have to do. I mean, even if you check it, there are a lot of institutions that's not good enough. So we have a custom, it's not really a question, it's just information to the student, letting them know how a fee waiver can be requested properly. And so in the same sense, somebody could put a message out there that says our institution does not offer fee waivers, therefore checking the box will be of no use. Still don't read it, though.
Thank you, that helps. I was trying to figure out what the custom question would say. At this point, do we want to go ahead and move into the discussion of change request? And What I might suggest is that we look at the new ones that have come in. I'm going to go back through my notes and try to mark the ones that also are still waiting for us pending action, and then we'll have a good idea of everything that we need to consider for moving forward at this meeting.
I'll go ahead and let you all know that in your packets, you should have received at least 3 pages, 2 of them that have the actual change request form, and then there's the scholarship app short answers question. Those are 3 items that were submitted in a specific time frame that can be addressed, and one of those does address number 35 with the foster care question. That's the recommended language that has been vetted through the different committees, the Department of Family and Protective Services and the Supreme Court of Texas Children's Commission to develop this language. So you'll see that in one of the change request forms, as well as this reverse transfer question that needed to move forward. It's a coordinating board request also. We received the scholarship, Tim actually received the scholarship app short answer questions. I don't know how that was submitted, and I don't know what institution or who submitted that information. We were thinking about going back to them and asking them to formally fill out a change request form, because as you all know, in the last couple of meetings, there was the request to establish first the change request form and then start submitting it if there were any changes that were coming from the field. So we want to get in the habit, and I know this is a transition phase with both me taking over the Applied Texas Council Advisory Council Committee, as well as utilizing the form itself. So there were a couple of things that we can discuss under this. One is these changes that are recommended currently, regardless of the change request form. And in Jane's notes, I failed to even see that you guys are even changing the request form, so that's going to be updated also. And so that was provided for you as well. It's the change request form that has some of the red comments in there. I think that was based on some discussion from the last meeting. So I guess what we could do, and Melinda, if you all want to, and Rebecca, if you guys want to just look at the change request forms, and then we can talk about the form itself and making changes. And earlier in discussion, we were talking about how these forms are submitted to us. From my understanding, they were going to be submitted either to the coordinating board, to Tim at UT, or to any of our advisory committee members. That seems a little bit kind of a large net. So what we wanted to do is maybe even discuss a process of submitting the forms. So I wanted to go ahead and put that on the table also. So I'll go ahead and turn that over to you guys in whatever order you want to take these on.
I think if we want to take a moment to review the document with the changes, and maybe start with that, and then discuss how we feel like who should be the receiving of those documents. So if you guys want to take a moment to actually review the document with the red changes.
I noticed there are a couple of things on that document. They're just still a little inconsistent, so may need further update. One being applications impacted international freshmen is not listed, and it should be. And the other on 5, the recommended timeline for change, we marked out immediate, but immediate is still in the explanation line, so.
And on this particular form, is this, and I apologize because I don't recall, is this going to be an updated, dateable PDF form or, okay.
For those of you on the phone, I did shake my head, so yes, this is Claudette. Yes, this will be we could work with the changes.
Okay, just noting the changes suggested by Michelle is deleting on number 5, immediate on the recommended timeline of change only to include next application or other, and then removing if immediate, just put please explain, to provide additional information. And then on number 6, applications impacted, adding international freshmen. In addition to the other recommended changes, is there any other feedback?
What did you say about, are you going to say if other, please explain? Or just please explain?
I just put on my particular document, I just put please explain, but I don't know what or maybe there's no other information that might be needed there.
It could be in that area. If they provide an explanation, the committee can determine whether or not it's more of an immediate action or where in the process it can go in priority. Maybe that might be helpful.
Yeah, it's hard to tell here if there's free text space in there or if you're just intended to click one of the
Right,
boxes.
and this is I think that's what she was saying about having to be able to input text, and we can make it that way. There can be added space in that section.
Yeah, I would say just make it consistent, however you.
And again, this is just a form to start documenting those requests that come in from outside, from others out in the field. This is it at least lets us know who the requester is and when it came in. So if we need to look at, or if you all need to look at where to prioritize it, if it's something that needs to be included in what cycle, and if we're able to even integrate it, or Tim's team is able to integrate it within the process.
Is this something that, when it comes to this committee, what if we don't approve it? I mean, there's only dates of approval. Should we give an explanation as to why, or?
And I think that's the purpose of the more discussion would be warranted in order to develop that process. Because as I'm getting these in, I don't know what to tell them as far as a status update. Do I say this goes on the next priority cycle? What do we say to those when we receive those requests, or do we just leave them hanging? So one of the things that you all should develop is a formal process on how those are being accepted, how they're going to be processed, the timeline, as well as what response we can say. And it could be an immediate, thank you for submitting your request. The committee is going to be considering it in the next meeting, something along those lines. But a formal process should be established if we're accepting feedback from the state, from those across the state.
I'm sorry, so more specifically, since we're auditing this form, I guess I would change date reviewed by Apply Texas Advisory Committee?
Yeah.
date reviewed by the THECB, and then maybe add a line of final decision or
Right.
conclusion?
Approved, or approval status?
Action, you can say action.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
Action taken.
action taken. I'm not there. I don't know if you guys saw in the back, there's an actual Applied Texas request number. That's something new. I'm not familiar with it. I guess we're going to establish what that process is also, but I guess it's keeping count of it. So I don't really know the history, so I apologize, but I know that once this process gets in place, it'll be some sort of formal number that we could reference, like a project number of some sort.
The assumption is that this is going to live in just one place, right?
I don't, again, that depends on what you all decide on how to process these. If it is that there's a process on where to send these, and then there's a distribution of how those are processed, and then come back, so that would really depend on what you all feel is appropriate.
If we decided you were it. I mean, I worry more about the responses than I do about the collection in terms of how people get feedback as to where.
Right, and I'd be willing to do that. Again, Tim and I spoke about this because it really would require discussion with his team and how these things would be integrated. So instead of waiting a quarterly meeting, it would be, I could shoot these over to Tim's team. I could say, this is how long it might take. It might take an hour just to make some sort of minor change in a language and something that wasn't caught. We want to definitely be able to integrate that in an immediate response rather than waiting to another meeting. So we're just trying to figure out what the best process would be in order to also be transparent with the committee on what changes are made. And again, this impacts the state and it impacts you all, the admissions officers who accept these applications. So that's why we want to make sure to keep you included in that process.
So in the past, the way we've done it is the changes came through the committee first before any changes were made. So my only hesitation on that would be, it sounds like some changes might be made before the committee actually would hear about it.
Right, and again, that would depend on, I have no idea what a period at the end of one sentence, how much work that might be for the team, UT team, and I've been surprised to hear what little minor changes we think might be, or what rather large changes. Right. So, again, it would be a process of discussion for the UT team on how much time it would take. If you want to go ahead and just say we're collecting these and reviewing them at the next committee meeting, you can do that also. If that's a safer bet, just continue that way. But we have to have something to say as we're receiving these in. Thank you for submitting. We'll review these at the next meeting, quarterly meeting.
Right.
Well, many moons ago, many meetings back, there was a suggestion of an Apply Texas committee mailbox to be created so that it was always in place, even as members fall on and off. I don't know if you still want to discuss that, but it would eliminate having this issue. Of course, you'd still have to have people check it.
Somebody would have to check it, yeah.
Yeah. So.
Right, and I can look into doing that. I don't know why that wouldn't have happened earlier. It could have been something that internally through our internal ISS. I really couldn't tell you. I think that's a good suggestion, and we can certainly look into that. I actually think it would be a best thing to have a central location, but I guess my question to you all is whether that comes to the coordinating board or if it goes to Tim and his team, or UT I think that's the real question. I don't know, Tim, do you have any suggestions or thoughts about it?
Not really at this point. I think it's most important for y'all to talk about it, and then as you generate ideas, then we can get involved in what works best for us. It's just right now, this is working okay. We get some requests, we send them to you, you get some requests, you send them to us. It's a little informal and probably not optimal. It would be nice to have a place where they could go in and submit something perhaps on the web that would then be looked at by various people who were authorized to do so, but we don't have that right now. So at this point, in terms of what we have, it's a little flexible. What we've done before is if something is trivial, we would just ask Claudette and perhaps email the co-chairs and say, is it okay if it's been suggested we put a semicolon in the middle of the sentence? Is that okay? On the other hand, suggestions about changes in wordings to the scholarship questions would not be something we would just say, well, it's just a wording change, it's trivial, let's just do it, because that could change the meaning for someone, and that would be something Claudette and I would talk about, but she would probably say, I want other people involved in this. So it kind of depends on what the request is and how trivial we think it is in terms of information sent to you, plus in terms of the experience of the applicant, and then Claudette and I would talk about that. And typically, we would default to wanting the committee involved. It's just a matter of there's only a few meetings, and is it really worth your time to talk about, whether it should this particular change, and if it's more than a text change, we would never do that without the committee's involvement, even if we thought it was obviously the right thing to do. I don't know if that answers your question at all.
It does, and I think that in my mind, that's exactly where I was going, is what's the definition of trivial, and how would we outline that in a formal process to say these kinds of changes could be made without the committee's involvement versus what would have to come to the committee?
Well, I think committee involvement can include a policy that says on what's trivial we send to the co-chairs at a minimum. But we do need to add to this page where to submit the request. It's not on there. And my recommendation would be potentially if the help desk was appropriate to submit those maybe to them or to Claudette, then with a policy of what the routing on that will be after that fact. But for someone submitting it, I don't know how difficult it would be to ask them to copy to people or just send it directly to the help desk, and we give Sarah instructions on where to route it, and then let one person, Sarah may hate me for this, but let one person respond. I know. Hi, Sarah. Let one person respond with a template that says, that we've received your request. We typically know when the next meeting date is, so we could include in that your request will be taken to the committee on such and such a date, or we could keep it simple and just say at the next meeting date.
And I misspoke earlier. I think I said some of those come to me. They come to me through Sarah, who came. So they did already come to the help desk. And I think what you're suggesting is kind of already forming as a possible way to do it, because she'll get a request sometimes an email, and then she and I will talk about it, and we'll either send it to Claudette or she'll go ahead and send that form out, and I know she's done that, and then ask for the form to come back. We could formalize it the process a little more. It feels a little unstable, right. But I think so. I think your ideas are a good one in terms of, and Sarah and I have talked about that too. Is we could send it to the help desk or set up a separate email address for that. We just have to see, we don't expect we're getting hundreds, and if we did, we'd have to address that.
Ideally, I think your suggestion on having it actually on the Applied Texas website, for them to submit this information rather than a form would be ideal. And I think we can move in that direction, and I would hate to do that to you as your last day in retirement today, but that would be something I think would be ideal to move towards, so we don't have to deal with the paper copy forms, rather than just submitted via online with this information. And it would be sent to UT's help desk, where then it will be shared with us and then the co-chairs appropriately. That's what I would think would be the ideal situation. I don't know what you guys would think.
Yeah, I think the team would probably, and Sarah would probably enjoy having some sort of a web-based system where people could make suggestions like this, and it would be easier to handle rather than throwing around a PDF form or emails. We'd have to take a look at what kind of project that was and how it could be done. There are ways relatively quickly to put surveys together, that quote surveys unquote, which just means you ask questions and somebody answers them, like SurveyMonkey. That might be something that we could do. That we'd have to find out what to do with that information and how to consume it and how to send it around. But there would be a way to handle that. We just have to discuss what the best way would be.
Right, and I'm familiar with, like you said, SurveyMonkey. I think that would be ideal because it would capture all the information. It can be submitted in some sort of format that's consistent, rather than, and you could also make these prompts where they're required questions, and rather than skip them, because a lot of times you'll get forms that just say one thing and not give all the information. You can actually add a requirement that they have to fill that specific question out. So I see a lot of benefits in doing that, but I know it takes time. And in the transition phase, we will need to create that process of transition until we get something established via web-based.
We could certainly take a look at, and maybe depending on what the committee involvement is in the actual questions, because I think this was originally just put together by Jane, and I think, but it strikes me that possibly if you want to, that putting together something like a SurveyMonkey, where you can make certain of them required, whatever, wouldn't be a daunting task.
Right. And it sounds to me that I think to play it safe, it sounds to me like you want this to go through committee rather than the determination of, creating if it's trivial or not. I agree, the definition can be, we could make a decision and then it throws everything else from creating more problems. So if you want to actually formalize it where it's through the cycles, that's completely up to you all. And we can, but I think that's probably the best recommendation, is just to keep it through the cycle, unless there is in some form of exemption where there's a need, either through policy, statute, or other emergency. We might just go to the co-chairs and then explain to the committee why the decision was made.
One of the things, while we're talking about this, is definition of next in next application cycle. If you got one of these in March, are they talking about trying to get something in for July? So I don't know whether we need to be specific about what cycle you're talking about, which of course would mean it would need slight change each year. These changes would be for summer 2018 through spring 2019, and someone may have a request that they want to make in April, but they know that they don't really want it, or that it won't be addressed till the following cycle. I'm not sure exactly how to word that best.
So with the removal of immediate on the recommended timeline for change, what really option are we giving them for a timeline for change? We're taking off immediate, so the only option they have is the next time we can work it in? So do we even need this question?
Well, yes. I think maybe you can split it into, you can list summer, spring, fall, and then leave a line for the year I mean, we need them to be able to tell us when they want it. Right. I mean, because some statutes don't go into effect until like fall 2018, and we were already open. So, I mean, we would want to say effective that semester. You can change it to effective for term and year, and then list them. I mean, they can write in 2017, 18, 19.
But would we need then, in that case, that's what Tim said, if someone sends this in March and there's no way it's going to be in the fall 18 application, some kind of caveat that says at some point it's too late?
And I think that actually should be a part of the automated response, that they understand that it will be some period of time before the committee even sees it. I mean, we don't need to explain that, hey, it's going to get routed to so-and-so, within a day or what. We just need to say that it'll be reviewed at the next meeting. I don't even think we necessarily need to put out the next meeting date in the response, because if it changes, then, I don't want them calling the help desk the next day and say, hey, what'd you guys decide? So if it's just very generic as to when we will review it.
Because we don't even really review new stuff after the December meeting, because we've already got our full
usually
slate. So unless it's an emergency or a mandate, we generally don't look at anything new past the December meeting. So
Right.
we might even want to word that anything received after December will probably not be considered until
It
the
may not be
following
considered,
application
yeah.
cycle, because we don't really look at anything new.
Well, I wouldn't want to deter them from actually putting in the request, especially if it was something that was legal that we didn't catch.
Temper expectations, though.
Right. Well, yeah. So
Yeah, I mean, we could have something potentially on the website about the committee and just how it operates. So
The
you
time
could
frame and
say that
stuff.
typically requests received after this date will be considered for. Yeah, so that it's just a general statement, but not on the form itself.
Or even a timeline about how we generally
We probably wanna do
operate in
that.
terms of requests and things that come in and plan, just so people have an idea of the flow of the year and how we look at stuff. So they might say, if they get it in June, they might be like, this is a great idea, but it's definitely not going to go in the app that's opening in 4 weeks. So
Right, I agree.
because there are people that think that it might happen.
Well, if you look at the change requests we have, and there's only 2, but both of them are marked immediate. So I was trying to decide, is anyone going to put anything out there except I need it now?
Yeah.
Right.
Probably not.
And honestly, these 2 are the coordinating board's requests that need to happen. So that's why when I said the case by case are exemptions, so that would be, but like the scholarship app, I mean, how quickly does that need to happen? It's ideal, but what's the priority on that? So those are, and again, those are decisions that we need to talk through.
I like Christine's idea about putting, you might ask, on which application would you like to see this change implemented? And then put summer, fall, spring, and let them put the year in. That's going to be easier to discuss when you talk about a specific application as opposed to a cycle, because people get confused. Are we in the 2017-18 cycle, or are we in the, that gets all confused. So on which application would you like to see this change implemented? And be very specific.
The team has reminded me that we also get requests for changes to the admin site and the counselor suite, which are not, this change request assumes it's on application changes. And so I don't know whether this can easily be simply added to the number 6 somehow.
yeah, I think we should just add those 2 on there: admin suite, counselor suite.
Yeah, or maybe change the word applications to services or systems, just to make it clearer. Yeah, I think systems, you think?
I just think applications is just so much more clear than systems, but, you know,
Slash systems.
That's fine.
because people are going to go, systems, what do you mean?
Right.
It's a catch-all that technical people use. Everything's a system. So
That's
I agree with that.
bias.
Applications dash or slash systems would be fine.
Tech speak.
Yeah. And again, this is something that would probably be more elegant and handled on some sort of online questionnaire or something that could be interactive.
Eventually.
Yes, thank you. Immediate.
My stomach is going to attack you.
What did we decide about the timeline, or what have you decided about that? I mean, about the number 5.
Effective application cycle, and then list the summer, spring, fall, and have a place for the year.
Okay, and they would just write it in then? Hopefully
Yes.
they'll know.
Yes.
So I have Michelle's recommendation of which application would you like to see this change be implemented? And then list summer, spring, and fall? Is that what the change would be?
With a place for the year as
Oh,
well.
with the year.
Problem is the summer, spring, and fall crosses years.
Yeah.
So we're just talking about cycles though, right?
Well, I think if you have them put that in there,
Yeah.
you know, like if I were to say, okay, I want this on the summer 2017 app, then we know internally what cycle that is, because I think you're going to end up getting it all mixed up if you don't ask specifically which app do you want this on. And we know that we can't implement, potentially, we couldn't implement it on a spring app now.
Yeah.
So we can respond with that.
So, so I added the year. Do I delete next cycle application and other? And just put the question, 5 would read recommended timeline for change, and then it would ask the question, which application would you like to see this change be implemented? And list summer, spring, fall, and then a fill-in year date. Correct?
Yeah, what does this do to now admin suite and counselor suite? Is that going to confuse people? Or I guess they don't really have to say when they want it implemented. That's
Well, and
a
they're
non-issue.
similar. We've received requests on the counselor suite also, and it's also always immediate. So
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think they'd probably check all of the
Okay,
above.
yeah.
Everybody's going to put 2017 or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
It's going to be up to it will be up to the committee to determine.
Yeah, I think we're going to find that everyone's going to put, they need this in the
Yeah.
very next application.
And that's okay, I mean.
That was my original question about the timeline, because I'd be surprised if anyone says, hey, I want it in 2 years.
Right.
I'm sorry, can you read back the verbiage for the question of number
Sure.
5?
So 5 would read recommended timeline for change, and then it would have, which application would you like to see this change be implemented? And then it would have a summer, spring, fall with the fill-in year date. I mean, a fill-in date for the year.
That's a lot of instruction. Is there a way we can shorten that to maybe recommended effective application cycle? I mean, there's not a lot there. I think they'll figure it out if their terms are sitting there.
We were talking about cycles are confusing because.
Okay.
Well, it was, I think Michelle was trying to clarify that sometimes when you see a cycle, you get confused. I think there was some discussion
Or
about.
term? Okay, so application term and year and term? What did you know?
I don't think it's going to take up any more space than what's already on here in terms of, it's going to be in the smaller, it's just an small explanation of what to put in, so.
Okay.
doesn't appear it's going to take up, that verbiage isn't going to be any longer than what's currently on there, I don't think.
And then we have applications/systems impacted for number 6. Okay, and then we changed date approved to date reviewed.
Right.
Okay. And then we added another line for
Action taken.
action taken. Okay.
And then we're adding instructions on how to submit, right?
Right.
Okay.
And that still needs to be determined. Mhm. But it was okay to go ahead and submit these to the help desk, or?
Yes.
Okay. So then I'll add or update the form to include language on how to submit, and it'd be to the Apply Texas help desk.
I guess the admin, help email would be good to start with, and then if that turns out not to be a good way to go, we can change that. But for now, Apply Texas.
Until we get our web-based product up and running.
Until you get your immediate request for a web-based.
Yes, that's the goal. I think it would be a lot simpler to do it that way.
I think it would be. It would give so much more flexibility and an ability to respond and require and
Right, and make
conditionally ask
changes
other
and-
things, and it'd be much more dynamic.
Right.
And we may be able to do that without having for the team to build it from scratch.
But we do want to open this to others that don't have admin suite privileges, correct?
What do you mean?
Just open to anyone that is.
To me, this is a public document, so anyone who, we have some individuals from school districts that would want to, make some recommendations along the lines for the counselor suite, so it's open to anybody. Is that what your question is, if it's just open?
I'm just saying, if you put it behind the admin suite, you have to have admin login privileges to.
Oh, yeah, no,
so
we
that's
were
what-
thinking, I envisioned it just on somewhere on the actual landing page of Apply Texas, where it says, submit recommendation for request for change or something. That's what I would envision, but.
I'm not sure. Do we want students to see that link and just start throwing in ideas?
Yeah.
Probably not. Yeah. We already have a survey for them at the end where they can do that.
Where would you recommend?
Well, I was thinking of the admin suite too, but I don't know why. I don't know who would be making suggestions that you would want to take other than admins for institutions.
Well, I think then it
that
would
was
be
the
the
point.
admin.
Or through the admin.
It would be also the one on the admin for the counselor suite.
Right, okay.
So it would go 2 places? Or is it in the same general place? Because I don't know what the IHE side looks like. I only have access to what counselors see currently.
Right.
So I don't see what you all see. But, so if that's the recommendation, I'm fine with whatever recommendation. But then it goes to your question, then yes, it would only be to those that have the access.
Okay, I think in the beginning, this came about as to wanting to get input from other people outside of this committee, our peers. So if they are not in the admin suite, they would not have that capability. So if it is web-based, I would recommend that we do have a PDF available linked to where we can send it out, or we can share it on TACRO, or,
I was going to say, we could put it on the TACRO website, if that would be, that might be an appropriate place as well.
Well, and the intent of the form is to gather feedback from those that utilize the actual application. So we have a whole, like Tim and I talked about, several institutions that are users, or they don't really, they pay into utilizing the form, but they don't use it often. So, I think you have some good recommendations in placement of where to put the actual recommendations, but I think what you'll get is those that actually use the Apply Texas system for their admissions applications, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I think if you put it on the admin site and you put it on the counselor, so counselors can get to it, and then if y'all approve, if we approve, we could put it on the TACRO website, And then it's really limited to the people who are in higher ed and working in admissions and recruitment. Would that be appropriate?
I think, and again, if we were able to do something on the web, you could have access to it on various places. You could link to it in various places. It'd be difficult on that kind of a system, the one I'm envisioning that's fairly simple, like a SurveyMonkey. You wouldn't be able to limit it to people who have auths in the admin suite, for example. But you would not throw it out on the web just to anybody. You would, but you wouldn't be telling them about it. And you could have a page up front that just says, what's your role? Are you one of these three or whatever? And at least make them answer that question. And it'd become a problem if you start getting frivolous requests from people who happen to know where it is or whatever. And you try to rely as much as possible on, security by obscurity and just not let people know where it is except the people you want to actually submit. But ATAC would be a good example where you're putting it up there for people who don't have specific authorizations into our services, but you want their feedback.
So do you think we want to also, should we add their role, or even, I don't know what software that they use, I don't know if that would be beneficial. I mean, I know to the committee it doesn't really matter what system, computer information system or student information system they use, but if we do put it out, I mean, if we're putting on TACRO's website, then generally that is to the population that we would want. But would we also want to put what their role is?
Your title.
Title, I guess, would be even in the requester, just add
Yeah, I think that.
title.
That may give some context.
At this point, as we continue to mull this over, perhaps we could take a quick break, maybe 5-10 minutes? 10 minutes, and then we'll come back and finish this part up.
Let me see your work clothes.
Okay, so I'd like to call us back to order. And when we last spoke a few minutes ago, we were looking at the change request document. Were there any additional change request changes?
We need to.
Well, Michelle was doing a really good job of taking notes, and I have taken a picture of her notes, and I will send that picture to Claudette so that she will have it.
You said additional change requests, you're talking about?
Just on the form itself. Any additional changes to the form?
to the form.
Yeah, because our next topic is to go into the additional change requests that we received, and I've tried to gather all the information from Tim's report to see what he's still waiting on decisions from us.
Okay.
Rebecca, the only question I had was, do we want to know if it's a modification to a question or if it's a completely new request? Do we care? Does that matter?
Tim, would it make a difference for you to be able to see that information quickly? Because we have the brief description of the request, and we could include there, this is a modification to existing.
It wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't hurt to have that. To have that on there if this is a something new versus a change. I mean, I think we can figure that out, but it would be useful, and it's useful for them to know. I think also that they're asking for something new as opposed to a modification.
Where would this be?
I think maybe at the either at the top under the number 1 requester, and then this is a modification to existing application or a new request for applications, and then we'd have the description.
So adding another box? Or
Thinking another box? Anyone have any strong feelings on another box versus just adding it to number 2? Call it 1B.
So I have add another box that says, is this a new request? Or, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Is this a new change?
A new change or a modification?
To existing application.
A new request, maybe?
Maybe a new request instead of a new change.
Request.
Yeah.
Just for the record, I can go through what I have if you want to, all the changes to the document, just so we have it on record, because I think I have to type up the notes, and I want to make sure I have everything up that we discussed on there. So on number 1, I have add title to the requester. We're going to add another box, which would probably make it box 2, I'm sure, and just kind of reorder. Is this a new request or a modification to an existing application? So that would be a yes or no question, correct?
I think they would check modification or check, like they have to be, is this a, and you'd have modification, and you either check modification or they check the new request.
Okay,
Yeah.
so just list those two and check either one.
Right, so they have to check whether it's a modification or a new request.
Okay,
And I
so,
think if it's modification, should we give them an opportunity to include what it's a modification to?
sure.
I think that might be, we might be able to do that in the brief
In
description.
the brief? Okay.
That was my thought. What do you think?
Right.
That was my thought.
So no changes to the brief description of request, that was not changed. There were no changes to the benefits or reason for. Number 4 was not changed. Number 5 was changed to recommended timeline for change. It's going to stay the same as the title, but then it would be add which application would you like to see this change be implemented, and then it would list the summer, spring, fall, and then a fill-in date for the year.
Right.
The whole entire box would be changed completely, and then add in, we can put please explain, and then add some more space for the explanation. Is that right? Okay, number 6 is going to read application/systems. And then on this part, we're adding international freshmen and adding counselor suite.
And admin suite.
Admin suite.
Oh, I'm sorry, admin suite.
Yeah, admin suite, counselor suite, and international freshman.
Okay. And then I have, under date received, or it's going to be date received rather than date approved for both the Applied Texas Advisory Committee and the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. I'm sorry, reviewed. I misread my own handwriting. Date reviewed for both. And then we're adding another line saying action taken. So then I also have, somewhere on the form, we're going to put how to submit the actual form. So that'll probably go on the top somewhere, I believe. And then the instructions would include sending it through the help desk, Applied Texas help desk through the Applied Texas admin email. Did I get everything?
I think we did.
Oh, they
Okay,
did?
good.
Double check.
All right. That's it for me. And
I think so, yes.
Going into those.
Okay, now we're going to go on to the actual requests that were submitted. Tim, do you want to lead this discussion, since those were submitted through the, or to the,
Why don't you go ahead?
Okay, so these change requests were submitted to both Tim and I. So the first two were ones that were submitted formally through the coordinating board. I'm looking at, the first one would be the recommendation for, under number 2, it says brief description is, the language is going to be reworded or changed. So I'll read that whole brief description for you. It says, students who previously enrolled in a community college may not realize that their credits at a newer school may be combined with the prior hours to acquire an associate's degree through the prior school attended. They need to know about this option and be encouraged to use it. So the recommendation would be reword the question dealing with reverse transcripts so that the default answer is yes, and that the applicant has to opt out of having this done. So suggested wording would be, your transcript will be shared with the Texas community colleges you previously attended for considering your eligibility for an awarding of an associate's degree if you qualify. Do you consent? Yes. No, not applicable. Question does not apply to me. So this was the language that's been vetted to include on the actual application.
I have a question.
Yes.
So are there FERPA implications for this? Because I don't know that I'm comfortable with them with the opt-in being automatically yes to release their academic information. I don't know that we're actually able to do that. I think the default has to be no, and they can then opt in to have it released.
Right.
And also, I think that's in the legislation, isn't it? Or in the original wording that the student had to opt in?
Had to opt in. It does say the student has to opt in.
Yeah, and there's also, I know at our institution, we have a whole campaign that goes out to students asking them each semester or a point at which they appear to qualify. But this implies that it'll be sent to multiple community colleges, and I'm not sure that's appropriate either. The student actually chooses which school on our campus. They agree, and then they say which school they wish to have the information sent to. You can't do multiple associate's degrees, can you, for the same work?
Depends on the degree. But, I mean, for an associate, most of them that would be doing this are going for an Associate of Arts or Associate of Science. Most of our AAS students are getting a technical degree and aren't moving on to a 4-year per se. But, I mean, and as a community college, I would love to have more students be able to have their stuff sent to us from other colleges, but I don't think we can opt into yes, have it default to yes.
What is currently on the app about, I mean, is this replacing a current question?
There is a current question.
There's a current question on there. Does this replace it?
We're, need to look right now.
It's reword, so it sounds like it is.
It is a reword for sure. I'm just trying to figure out, I'm trying to look to see what the current wording is.
But I think it was, where did we read where it's Was it legislation?
It was
or-
legislative, I believe. Here, I'm going to pull up the app.
You can just look up the legislation. Googling it.
Reword. So I don't think the rewording of this, it's in the certifications on the app. I don't think the rewording of this is an issue, but we're looking to see if a default to yes could be an issue.
Oh, I see. Yeah, the intent's a little different. The way it is now, it says, do you consent to allow your transcript to be shared with the Texas community colleges you previously attended for considering eligibility for and awarding of an associate degree? And this is stronger. Your transcript will be shared, and then it's asked if do you consent? So it's not changing the literal meaning, but it's suggesting, it's a much stronger suggestion
I think
that you should do this.
The language is clearer. I do think there's more of a push to get a student to say yes, but I am concerned about us making that decision for them and opting them in at yes.
I think we already default to yes, but I'm asking the team
I think we default to no.
to find out. I'm having a little trouble bringing the app up myself.
Did you get in, Michelle?
I've got the sample app up, and there is no default on it at all. And then the release of directory information, it does default to no. So, I mean, if what I'm seeing would display the default, then there is no default at this time. But it's a required question, so the student does have to choose one of the three options.
Okay.
So we could do that with no default, and then the student must choose, which means we know that they potentially read it.
I don't know the history of this question, like what was discussed internally, but I'm going to try to get with somebody who may know to see if we've vetted this through our legal department already to alleviate the concern. If we want to move to another, this was probably the worst one to start with, but we want to move on to the next one. But yeah, I'm going to see, because I want to say we did vet this question already through our internal processes, but it's a good question to say whether or not there are implications with the opting in automatically.
Well, I think we could accept the verbiage as changed, and then what we leave pending is whether there's a default response or not.
Yeah, and I guess my question for that is, why are we wanting to do a default if we don't have to? If it's an audited question, so they have to answer it, then why are we saying there must be a default anyway? Have the student answer the question.
It's a required question. Yeah.
What Michelle said.
Yes, it is
It required
required.
an answer.
Okay. And I think it does default to yes currently. So if you want to change that, we can.
It doesn't show it
Can they
on
get
here
around
like
it?
it
They can get around it without answering?
No, he's saying that the way that the current question is worded, there's a default to yes, automatic yes, and so I think that's the same thing we're trying to do here. We just reworded the question.
So whether it does or not, the question up is still, do you want it to?
Right.
Are you comfortable defaulting to yes? And if the answer is no, you're not comfortable, then if it does indeed default to yes, which is what we think, then we would remove that. So going forward would be the more important question is what is it do you want? Is it required now? Do you want it to be required? And do you want it to default to anything?
Well, I think about what does the question say currently, and then if there's implications, then that was already in existence, so I wouldn't see why we wouldn't need to change that. But if you read the question could be different, so. Can
The
you reread
reality is,
question?
I don't think institutions are relying on the response to this with respect to reverse transfer. I think institutions are asking students when they get closer to qualifying, they're asking them specifically. So no matter what they say to this question, there's a follow-up from the institutions, which is what we rely on, not on this.
Well, and the whole goal of this reverse transfer obviously is to increase the awards of, certificates and associate's degrees. So that's one of the purposes of it.
Yeah.
And it is House Bill 3025, and it does not indicate that they have to opt in or opt out. And according to National Student Clearinghouse, it is FERPA compliant, reverse transfer.
Right.
Their reverse transfer is FERPA compliant.
Yeah.
The National Student Clearinghouse's reverse transfer process is FERPA compliant, because they get consent from the student on their side.
It is a similar question.
So did you want to me to read the current question again or not?
Right, and I've been told that it's been it's an automatic yes.
Yeah.
So it should remain the automatic
It doesn't
yes.
matter. Yeah.
I'm not comfortable with it being an automatic, because if it's, students are going to breeze right past that. And
Well, most would probably pick the not applicable if they didn't attend a community college.
But you're
I
right,
think-
the question is, and the team suggests that via some email that it was the coordinating board that instructed the
An
default
automatic
yes.
Yes.
Which is fine. I mean, if it's been like
the
that,
student's
it's of
course
no
completion
consequence to
transcript.
us, because we
But that doesn't
don't rely
mean
on it. That's the question.
we have to.
I think this really just prompts the discussion to get the student to know, if I were, right, it's an informative question without actually describing what a reverse transfer is to a student. I mean, it gives them the benefits of considering their eligibility for an awarding of an associate's degree.
So I
if
guess I would-
qualifying.
the consideration question,
It's
your
opting in.
transcript will be shared with the Texas Community College you previously attended, and you're defaulting them to yes. I'm not comfortable with that.
I guess I would say if it's informational, then why do we have a default?
Right. If it's just informational, then why, it shouldn't even be an answerable question.
On the one I'm looking at, it says response required. So to me, that means that they've got to respond. So to me, that means the default doesn't mean anything. Does it? I mean, they've got to respond.
They have to respond, it just, as suggested, it's a required question, but they don't have to do anything if it's yes. And sometimes people will, it helps if it's required. It's a bigger problem if it's a not required question that defaults to yes.
Right.
If it's required, they're maybe more likely to look at it, but you're right that they could certainly just sweep by it and not realize they consented to this.
Is there a way to make it required without there being a default response?
Mm-hmm.
That would, I think, be better. So the student is actively choosing a yes or no at that point to have their information released.
Here's what the question reads currently. Do you consent to allow your transcript to be shared with the Texas Community Colleges you previously attended for considering eligibility for an awarding an associate's degree? Technically, this really puts the advantage of doing this ahead of the question, which is, I think, and again, if you qualify is the statement. And like you mentioned, most institutions aren't really utilizing this already, so.
It currently says colleges.
Yes.
Yes.
So on just the wording itself, the new wording, are we okay with the new wording itself?
I'm okay with the new wording.
Does anyone have any opposition to the new wording, the rewording of the?
So I have a question, because the new word, it makes it seem, and I guess it kind of goes in line with both of y'all, that the transcript will be shared.
Right.
Do y'all currently share the transcript automatically?
Lost my keyboard access to my iPad, so I'm
Unless they
just
get
having a hard
permission.
time.
We ask the student again through some automated process, and if they give permission in our automated process, we do, but based on this question, no, we will not share with any school.
But some schools may.
Some might, yeah.
They might use this.
Right, some might, but I see what you're saying. I mean, I have a little bit of
17, 18.
concern about saying it will be shared, although I don't think the student will remember having answered this, one semester into college, so.
Because the way I read it is.
They don't have to do
you're
anything
automatically-
else.
Nothing else. You're automatically
Yeah.
going to send me the transcript.
But we're not.
They're on that page.
That is how it reads. It reads that we will do this without the student having to, I don't think they'll remember either, but without having to ask the student again. It's going to give the impression for a student or parent who does read this that we are doing this automatically for them. And legislation says we do provide this opportunity for the students.
Surprisingly, I have a problem with the S. We're not sending, I mean, even in the legislation, it says institution. It doesn't say institutions or parentheses. It's just one. So if a school is using this, I mean, they're not going to send it. And plus, they have to select the school that they want it to. So I would actually just say strike the S on the colleges, but that's neither here or there.
Well, in that instance, it could be that a student has has several hours at 2 community colleges and never did complete.
But we're only going to send, the higher institution is only going to send to one in community college. It's not going to send to several.
So you're saying the burden would be on the institution that's receiving?
No, the institution's on the
No.
burden of the sending school to send it to the institution that has the most credits where they're going to get
Right.
awarded the degree.
Right.
Right.
So it's
it'd be
on
one
the
college.
higher education. Yeah, it's on the college, university to send to the community college. But we only send to
the
one.
most amount of credit hours that would award an associate's.
Well, really, it's the one they select.
Yeah.
It's the one that the student selects.
Ask them where they want it sent.
Yeah.
I think we still should keep S because you're giving them a choice of colleges, not just college.
This is Connie. I know currently UT sends to like several community colleges. If that student attended more than one, they'll send it to both of us.
Can they get degrees from both of you?
No, they can't get degrees from both of us, but normally, because a lot of times we'll get it and then we won't know why because we're like, they don't have quite enough hours, but then we'll realize it's because they also have attended like Austin Community College or something, and then usually we'll report back with UT that, okay, we can't graduate them because we don't have the Austin, so we don't know what they did there, but it helps us notate in the system so we know, because sometimes the students will call and say, I thought you were going to award me a reverse transfer degree, and at least we know then they've attended another college. So it does help sometimes to know that.
I have a university who is listening in who says that they do send it to both if they have the numbers outlined in legislation. So they're sending it to multiple colleges.
We'll stop. No. Fine, leave it.
Just another, to your point, Michelle, is that this is just a prompt question to get things rolling when you receive it. So it's not an end-all, be-all. There's more steps beyond just this question, so.
So I move that we accept the wording as the wording changes as requested.
Did we decide about the default?
The only information I have is we have determined that it's an automatic yes with the previous question and with this question.
So the discussion goes back to, because that's why I divided it into two. It sounds like the wording is okay as is, so that goes back to the default question, default setup. And Nicole has definitely raised a concern with the opting in of a yes. It is a required field, so if we don't default to an answer, they're going to have to answer.
I think it would be better if it didn't, if it was required, but without a default. That would be my vote.
I just think anytime a student is consenting to release their information, it should be an active response on their part.
One thing we could do, if the committee and if the coordinating board is okay with it, is remove the default. The default can be removed or added at any time, even after the app opens. If the coordinating board came back and said, no, we really are going to insist that it be defaulted, then it could be changed back to defaulted. That would be one way of moving forward that might assuage some of the concerns, but that's just a possibility.
Well, and at this point, since the current question is an automatic yes, I'm more than likely that's going to be the default for this question also.
So I think it sounds like the way that it occurred before, though, that it was a change by the coordinating board, that it wasn't a change by this committee. So as a committee, what do we want to say that we propose the default to be? And then if the coordinating board wants to change that, then the change will rest on the coordinating board, not the committee itself.
Correct. And the intent of the question is to identify those that would be able to earn an associate's degree or some sort of certificate. So it's not just the end-all be-all with this question. It prompts the institution to do something regarding whether or not they have enough hours. So since the current question is already an automatic default, yes, that would probably be likely for this.
Okay. I'm also getting various messages coming in with others who are listening in that they also do not like the default to yes and do feel it is a FERPA concern. As a committee, I know I personally like no default. As a committee, what would we like to go forward as our recommendation and then know that it could be changed by the coordinating board? Do we have a recommendation? Do we care?
It sounded like the recommendation was what you mentioned was have it a required question, but not require it with a automatic yes.
But not have a default.
Right, no default.
So does it need to be a required question if it actually triggers no action?
That's my concern.
I think because it is a legislation, it should be a required question, because it's something we are legislatively mandated to look to do for the student. So that's why we wanted it to be a required question before, so that we could require the student to answer.
But it triggers no action. I mean,
Well, but
nobody's going to do anything with it.
Not right now. Most institutions, an institution could just base their
Some institutions can.
off of the response to this question. They don't need to do an additional step of asking. A lot of institutions do, but they don't have to. So the school could then just say, okay, you said yes, so your transcript's going to Tarrant County College or, Alamo or whatever.
Now, the original idea when we were setting this question up was so that schools could use this question as the FERPA consent to allow us to release their documents.
Right, and this is an easier way to support the goals of 60 by 30. So
That's right, yeah.
That's the whole purpose of the question.
Some schools just were not comfortable with this, but it's an institution by institution decision as to whether or not you're going to rely on the response to this question or you're going to follow up.
Correct.
So I would like to move that we accept the wording changes as proposed, and we send a recommendation to the coordinating board that there be no default associated with this question.
But keep it required.
Yes, maintain the required, yeah.
Second it.
And you also included a caveat that if the coordinating board does determine the automatic yes, that would be the.
Yes,
the
that we would
action.
follow the coordinating board recommendation.
Can I ask a quick question? Are there still institutions using the paper version of the form, of the application? They are?
I mean, that's
They are?
what we've determined, that some of the larger districts have been utilizing the hard copy forms, and they're not utilizing the Apply Texas application.
In that sense, it wouldn't be a default at all, right?
Correct.
Okay.
They're still accepting paper applications, is that what you're saying?
Community colleges in general, is that right?
Oh,
Tim?
community colleges.
Right,
okay.
so I'm not as
Yeah.
familiar with the 4 years, but I know that there are some that are using both the Apply Texas application and paper-based applications. And from what I understand, it's because they have more of an immediate processes that can happen. Tim did share a list with me, but I didn't I can't for the life of me recall off the top of my head which institutions were not using it, but that is the case.
Okay.
I think it probably depends. I mean, we use paper ones toward the end of the registration cycle because we can
If
get them in quicker.
necessary, yeah.
We can get them
Yeah.
in quicker than waiting for the download.
But if someone didn't
but
fill it
that's
out,
on the
you
first day of
wouldn't
classes
default
for
to
us.
yes on that?
Oh, yeah, there
Correct.
would be no default on a paper.
Yeah, on
Correct.
paper. I just saw one online, and the wording on that appears to be different than the wording on the electronic for that question. So I was surprised to see that.
Right, and what our goal, Tim is making this a new project for himself when he returns, is to encourage the usage of Applied Texas, rather than having multiple forms utilized across the state. We have at least try to streamline it into one application. And even the application itself has multiple custom questions that are that differ across the board, but at least we would have somewhat of a common application.
Well, we have a motion and a second for this one. Are we ready to move on to the next one? Way to go, Melinda. Go ahead.
Are we going to vote on it? or-
Oh, we do. Oh, yeah, we do. I'm sorry. Well, no, I was just going to leave it up to the two of y'all and say they did it. So all of those in favor of Michelle's motion, does anyone need to have it reread? Do you remember everything? Everyone in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing no opposition and more in favor, then we'll move forward with that one. Okay, that was one.
And we that's why I scheduled it before lunch.
It's very good.
The next one is hopefully a little bit easier to discuss, is the foster care question. This is a requirement, again, this language has been vetted through those that are dealing with the foster care, foster care students, so this language was developed. It's provide a question to identify students who were in foster care or conservatorship of the state and may qualify for benefits. The suggestion is, do you wish to apply for assistance available to eligible do you wish to apply for assistance available to eligible persons who at some point in their lives were placed in foster care or the conservatorship of the state of Texas, or were declared dependents or wards of the court? Yes, no, and I choose not to respond were the suggested drop downs for that.
I have a question about that. So, when I read this, because I don't know anything about the foster care laws, if a child were in foster care in second and third grade, and then as a fourth grade went back to their home and have lived there through high school, do they qualify for benefits? I mean, how do you intend that student to answer this question? Because there may be many, many, many students who at some point were in foster care and no longer are.
Well, this is a self-reporting question, like if they're not aware that they were in foster care at that age. It really is a question as to bring more awareness. Again, the awareness issue of if they can qualify for benefits. So I really couldn't, we
Michelle?
wouldn't, that would be difficult.
To answer that question, they do qualify, and when you adopt a student out of foster care or a child out of foster care, you're given a certificate that you turn in for when they apply to college or university. So, but you're right, it is a self-identifying question, and that information, of course, would need to be, if you would adopt a baby, for instance, then that information would need to be passed on to the student. But I have worked with students in the past where the parent had not communicated to the child that they had been adopted through foster care. And so we worked with them through that financial aid and through our student business services process to help with that. And then, of course, we've had other students that have been totally self-reliant and brought everything in and worked through the system on their own. So if that provides any additional information.
Yeah, so it does make sense that it would prompt any child who knows that they at some point had been in foster care to say yes. So, yeah, okay.
And just pointing out that the question is to ask them if they want to apply for assistance, not whether they were in foster care.
Right, it's more so of letting them know that they could be eligible for assistance. So it's more of a positive question that they're more likely to identify. We had some language that it was simply just asking them if they were in foster care, and that really doesn't say what the purpose of that is. So we felt it was a negative where the student wouldn't identify and just say they wouldn't want to identify as a foster care student. But if you allow them to see that they could provide assistance, that might prompt them to check it.
Is there an expectation then that falls to the colleges and universities that we are doing something with this question? Because they're saying they want to apply. And currently, my student information system's not even set up to gather this information. Okay, I mean, it would download to nowhere.
That was my question, because they have to come in and bring in documentation
Right.
and whatnot, and the way it reads that this is their application
Yes.
process, and that is not the case.
Right.
So the language, it says, do you wish to apply for assistance, rather than changing it to something else?
But I like the intent of the question, but maybe not the word apply. Because it's one thing, if we get this information, somehow we can know where we'll capture it, but I can include information in my send out email to students that say, you indicated on your application that you'd been in foster care. Here is how you can apply for the foster waiver, exemption, or what have you.
But that's what would prompt it, or?
I know, but the word apply means the student then doesn't have to, if I'm a student answering this, I'm thinking, this is my
I just
application.
applied.
This is all I have to do.
Right.
I don't really.
Wish to apply, yes.
Yeah.
If, as a student, if I'm reading it, that's going to be my assumption, is that me checking yes is all I have to do.
But if you're sending a follow-up email that you've been notified, that you've received, yes, I want to apply, that you're sending the information to the student, that's what I would think the next step would be.
See, we're not even set up to be able to send this email. Because our system will not even collect this information.
Well, and that's what I'm worried about. I mean, if we ask a question on Apply Texas, we need to house it somewhere on our student information system, and I'm not sure, for one, where we would house it, and then who we would send this info to in order for them to follow up. Because we would not follow up.
Right.
So
This is not for admission purposes. This is, it's
This
more
is
informational,
for
and
the
it's
business
post,
office, yeah.
right, and it's post acceptance. And we actually brought this up at our school because the office wanted us to add a custom question. We ended up not doing that. We ended up working it out internally to where, because the student has to come and present that certification and to our bursar's office, actually. So as an institution, we decided it was not something on the admission side that we wanted to tackle.
Well, one of the reason why this question's even in existence is because of House Bill 3748. It does require the coordinating board and the Department of Family and Protective Services to coordinate together to exchange and let those students know of opportunities that are available at institutions of higher education. So currently, what you're saying is there's no, unless a student goes to an office somewhere during their time there, they wouldn't receive any information about the benefits of foster care. Is that?
I think, and that's right, unless the student sought it out on their own, there's nothing on the application or anywhere else for us to know that the student is eligible. So I like the intent of the question. It's just a little bit confusing wording to say, do you want to apply? Yes. And the students may think that we are now taking care of it for them.
And to me, I don't know that I'm necessarily comfortable housing that data in my system, because then I get data requests from people with legitimate educational interests about, I want to know who was in foster. If I collect it, I store it, and it's accessible to people. So I don't know.
Well, I'm going to let you know there's a lot of movement, and this is a very hot topic right now with the legislature, that we include this information for regarding foster care.
But does it
So
have to
sounds
say,
like
I am applying?
we can probably change the language. I don't know what anyone else in here feels like, but you guys work with this in and out all the time, so I can understand you saying that that's the case. Is anyone else out there that's not directly related to the admissions process? When you read this question, do you wish to apply for assistance available, do you take it as automatically that they're applying for assistance? Anyone that's not directly related to admissions have any say so? Because I don't read I don't read it in that way.
I read into it the same way. I mean,
Yeah, that's
you're
actually,
applying for it.
the verb is
It
wish and
says,
apply.
right, do you
I mean-
wish to apply? Yeah.
What about people who don't qualify? What are they supposed to do with this question?
This is an optional question, not
Well,
required.
but even if a question is optional, students are instructed to answer all questions. I mean, so this question, the way it's worded, doesn't make sense for someone who doesn't qualify. What are they going to say no? So they've said, no, I don't wish to qualify. You still don't get what you're really looking for, or I choose not to respond. So I think the wording of it, maybe you need to do some informational that says, students who have been in foster care or the conservatorship may qualify for financial assistance. If you believe you qualify, something like that, because if you're, I don't know I guess a lot of students are just going to say no, or a lot will say yes, thinking, well, they asked me the question, maybe I'll qualify for some assistance somewhere. So they'll let us eliminate
And then
them.
that's where, to me, the next step would be that you provide the information to them, because simply checking that they wish to apply, I don't know.
But this has, I'm sorry, it has nothing, this shouldn't even be on the Apply Texas application. The Apply Texas application should, it's confusing to me, someone who's been in the business for a very long time, as to how this would even apply towards your admission. It's not a question that we would use in the admission process, and then to assume that because they've answered the question, yes, now the Office of Admissions will follow up with additional information on foster care. That's not even the office that would follow up on this type of information. This is definitely a business office type, financial aid type of a question. So I just have to go back to the idea that Apply Texas application cannot be the catch-all for every single bit of legislation that comes through. I think that's the whole idea of the advisory board, just to be careful that we don't add things like this. But of course, if everyone agrees to it, of course I will do the same, but I just don't see it as an admission question at all.
I have a registrar who's listening in, who says that when they read the question or when they heard the question, they also thought that it sounded like we were asking the students if they want to apply and then applying for them. And his question is there a way that we could put out the link for College for All Texans website so the students could go and get the information directly from there? That was just his suggestion.
And also, Claudette, just so that you know, during our freshman orientations, our business office always addresses foster care and other type of programs as well. Do we catch them all at that time? I don't know, but you know, we do offer that kind of information out there. I'm sure all orientation programs do.
Well, with the, if it's consensus that the language is different, that it assumes that the student is applying, that can be changed. The other suggestion I would recommend probably would be, since it's an optional question again, yes, no, and then be consistent with not applicable. Question does not apply to me, like in the previous question, rather than I choose not to respond. So then that would leave it where it's not applicable to the student. On whether or not the question should be on the application, that's not my determination. But
I actually concur with that.
I agree with that that there is a tendency to throw questions on here because people want the information. Unfortunately, or depending on how you look at it, I think the legislation sometimes says that it will be on the application.
Okay,
I don't know about this one, but I know that happens.
There is a bill, like I said, House Bill 3743, that's requiring the coordination of information change, and this is the document that's being used for that.
And you said, well, just now you said 3743?
48.
It's 48. Okay, 48, so I just read that over, and actually, in the first paragraph, it explains the foster child, but it actually says...
The language of the statute does not explicitly say it needs to be in Applied Texas. Correct.
Right, no, but it says developing systems to ease transition of a student in substitute care during the first 2 weeks of enrollment at a new school.
Right, and so the determination based on this committee, there's a committee that met that talked about what the appropriate action would be in response to this legislation. It's the Children's Commission. There was a whole working group, Foster Care and Education Committee, Post-Secondary Education Work Group Meeting. That's the title. I wasn't in on any of these. This is just information that was handed to me in the transition. But this was their recommendation to include this question on the Applied Texas in response to this House bill. So the question, we have to move forward with the question. I don't know, like I said, it would be up to the leadership on how they want to proceed, but that was the recommendation on how they're addressing this.
I just want to add that we can collect the data, so I want to go back to this.
And
you know, if you read the statute and what it says and the coordination and all of that, what's going to happen when many institutions are not set up to receive this information and nothing's going to happen?
Right,
So
and
then
you
you're
bring
not
up a
fulfilling
good...
the intent.
You bring up a good point that I've noted, because that's why I'm trying to figure out from you all, like I think somebody over here said, yes, we do. We can send out an email or something, but that's not standard within all of your institutions. So that to me is the most important question on how we can address that issue. If this is going to move forward, we don't just want the information to be collected and be static. We want action to happen. That needs to be talked through. So we can certainly research that.
So then the information needs to be collected in an avenue whereby there will be follow-up. Because I can tell you, on the application Applied Texas, there will not be any follow-up by the Office of Admissions.
Mm-hmm. Well, and
I mean, for this particular position, but did they have, because they're the ones who are supposed to coordinate the effort, so how else did they envision in collecting this information? I mean, they must be experts in their areas, so how would they?
Or what would they do with it?
Yeah, and how are they going to respond?
I'm sorry, I missed your question completely.
I guess I'm just trying to
No,
wrap my head
what
around
was your
the whole thing.
question?
I think my question is, those two entities that are supposed to collaborate, I mean, how are they going to respond to this? If in fact this data were collected, how would they respond?
The intent is for the exchange of information to support students that are going to be, be able to offer educational opportunities. That's, to me, the gist of what this is. They're using this as a tool to be able to encourage those that would qualify for assistance to be able to be identified. But the important question is, back to you, is if the information is just being collected and there's no action, what needs to change in that process? And that wasn't thought through in this work group, from my understanding. Like I said, I wasn't in any of these meetings, but I know that is of concern. If we're just collecting the information and no action, that is definitely a concern.
Yeah.
So, but I do know that the question more than likely would need to be included on the application in general.
Does it need to be a question, or does it just need to be informational? Because if we're collecting yes, no, I choose not to answer, if no one is doing anything with that information, then why collect an answer?
I'll tell you some feedback. The only feedback I've received was what Tim shared with me with when we brought this question up. Really, it was from UT responded and said, we want to include, yes, we think this question is good. Can you also include emancipated youth and these others? But they were utilizing that to identify students to participate in their Horns Helping Horns program. So we know so that was my understanding, is that something happens beyond just this question, and that was an assumption on my part. But I think if we collected the data in some way, that it could be sent to your business office or financial aid office eventually, if that's a process that we can say needs to happen in order to address this.
Well, and my question is, I skimmed through the legislation, and while I understand that there has to be a sharing of data, it doesn't say it has to be through Apply Texas. And Apply Texas is an admissions application. It's not a student database where other entities are inputting information and other places are extracting it out. And we are now moderators of this database, and we have to now parse out this information we're collecting to different groups. And so if it's not applicable to the admission into the institution, I don't know that it belongs on the app, and that there might be a better way for these offices to collaborate to assist these students, because I know there's programs out there, and again, I am on board with the intent. I just don't know if this is the vehicle to do it, because once we do it for this, then it's going to be, how many of the other tuition waivers and exemptions are we now going to have to craft questions for? Now we have to figure out a way to store that in our systems as well. And we're now using Apply Texas as a collection tool for financial aid or business services or any other type of quantifier about a student. That Apply Texas is now a database, and it's not an admissions application.
Right. So what we can do is we could table the discussion. I mean, I made the appropriate changes to.
Jarrell wants to.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
For the record, Jarrell Booker. And I've been listening upstairs, so you know when I come down, So with the
we've been calling you for a while.
With the legislation, there's clearly a movement that's happening, right? And it's coming from a lot of different committees to actually get this sort of information collected. And I think the organizations are probably struggling based off how to collect this information. They have an idea, they guess, but I don't really think they know how to serve this population. And quite candid, it's not a large population considering what you all deal with every day at your institutions, but it's substantial enough that the group feels that they thought this would be the best option to do it. Now, if you're moving away from doing that, two things will probably happen during session. Either you'll be forced into doing it, and which could happen, or maybe it'll back off to find another way. But I would rather us not be forced into doing that. But you're right, it's a slippery slope. Once you do this, it could be all sort of different ask, and maybe if it's something you think is going to happen regardless, you could think of a way to do it knowing that other things could come. But I did just want to say it's coming from a lot of different places, and I know it's happened fast, I know I've spoken to 3 or 4 legislators myself and their staffers about this, and it's something that the different groups in the judicial branch want to have happen, and they just think that applied text is the best way. And I think Claudette maybe talked about how our accountability, our data shop who does all our data, they'll collect this data. They're the ones who share it with TEA and the other agencies to actually improve their professional development, reach out their resources. And you know about each of your schools having liaisons? Are you aware of that? So to actually improve the professional development of your liaisons. But I do think you raised an interesting point about it's more of a financial aid question, and maybe we just think about that, and maybe there's another place in that for it to work if you don't want to do it in the
Or
application.
it could, like you said, it could go, the information can be collected and sent to the liaisons, I mean, at that point. But, I think we should just table the discussion. I've made the notes regarding the wish to apply, and then changing the options if we do have to proceed technically with the question is doing yes, no, and not applicable to kind of address some of the other concerns regarding the language. Whether or not the question is going to be put on the application, like Jarrell said, we may be behind, having to do this regardless, but, I wanted to make sure.
And the other piece of concern is the expectations of the universities and colleges. If we receive this information, right now, we don't have anywhere to even put it. That will be a
Right.
project on our side. And then what is the
that's a big
expectation of us owning this data or having this data? What is expected of us?
And that's a really big valid concern, and what we need to do in order to make sure that there's a process or a recommendation on how, if the data is supposed to be collected, where that goes. And it could be simply just goes to the liaisons that are on your campuses or goes to financial aid or whatever, but that it merits more discussion than we have before lunch. So
And it's helpful for the discussion for the legislation. I mean, this has
Right.
been great for us to go back and share with the drafters and, is this a problem? It seems easy on the surface, but obviously.
Right, and this was a work group that was made up of 2-year, 4-year community partners, all sorts of, I have a whole list of people that were there that were, from institutions. It wasn't just an isolated community group that said, okay, let's do this. There were
From admissions?
UT Austin, let's see, Texas
financial aid.
Women's University.
But from what offices were they from? Because I can't.
And I think that's the issue, like I'm looking at their titles and it's, foster care alumni.
Of course.
The community outreach.
Exactly. And Dr. Booker, I for one, have to state that it will be very unfortunate if we are forced to do things, period. That is the purpose of this advisory board, to have a voice and to, let me just say, to protect the integrity of the application for admission. And I strongly feel that when this is communicated to the legislatures, that they need to know that. They need to know that once we start putting in questions like this, there will be others who will want those questions asked. And again, it needs to be placed, I think it's a valid question, and I think the services do need to be provided, but I also think that this question needs to reside in that area that will definitely follow up. Because to have the expectation also that this question is on Apply Texas, and now we're the stewards of this question, and now we need to forward this data to another office on campus, that puts a huge burden on the Office of Admission that is outside of the scope of their responsibility. So,
I will take this back and share.
yes, and I would appreciate that, and I would love to be the spokesperson for this if needed, but because...
Well, and I can put you in contact with the group that was talking, because like I said, I wasn't involved in any of these meetings. I just got this, last week, but I had to research the legislation myself and make sure that, and understand that this is the vehicle that they've wanted in order to identify those students. But if there are implications, obviously, to the the institution, we have to consider those also.
Well, I think it's also easy when, for this to be the collection because it hits every student. So I can see how this just comes up quite easily, but also you want to keep in mind, if you're going to take it back, I'll go on the record and say that I would hate to put anything on Apply Texas, the admission application, that might give the student a perception of advantage or disadvantage. And in this case, we have had students come in and actually say, does this mean I won't make it, or does this mean I automatically get in? So that's a concern.
Okay.
I think one other area that needs to be considered whenever this is being discussed is that it truly does need, if any part of this does need to be included, or if we're required to include this on the application, I think it does need to definitely include a link so the student knows the requirements up front as they're applying to College for All Texans. That's really what needs to be referenced here, not just one. I know this population of students does need to be aware, but I think there's others that might. I agree with what Margaret's saying. I think this definitely needs to be taken into consideration, because I think if this is included, it does open it up. It does open it up to institutions, admissions offices, having that additional responsibility without the mechanisms in place to be able to really follow up and do the good for the student. So I think in the discussion that's taken back, College for All Texans, that website needs to be incorporated somewhere within this particular requirement.
One last comment. I think it would be important also to maybe discuss this question with the business offices and the financial aid offices, because maybe they are collecting this data and we don't know that. You know, and I'm happy to reach out to our director of financial aid and our director of the business office at my institution. I'm sure we all will. I mean, I'd be interested to know, because you know, again, I know we provide information at our orientation, but maybe they're asking this question somewhere already. But I don't know for sure, Dr. Becker.
That would be helpful. I know the data for the waivers and the use are off. Something's not right. Some institutions here, it's not. So that would be helpful if someone could at least go back to your institution and find out. I'd be curious as well.
So there is some way it's being collected, because I'm getting lots of text messages right now. We're popular today, but it looks like it may be reported. Okay, so it's coming in from somewhere. Okay.
So if that's the case, then are those offices following up on that information? I don't know. It's a kind of rhetorical question.
I think part of it does get reported, and that's what I'm saying. Our data shop gets most of this, but how many are coming through the door, how many are getting the waivers, and how many are coming back, and that reported 2 + 2 is not 4.
But I think, again, the intent of the question was to let those students know to self-identify, again, because it was just an avenue for them to be aware that they may be eligible for assistance. When you don't have those one-on-one discussions often with students, this is one way to at least acknowledge that. And I think that was the intent all along.
That's correct.
Right, and I understand the intent, but it is for financial ease and aid for that student, not admission, purposes. It is currently question 40 through 53 on the FAFSA. There are several in-depth questions about foster parents and their status.
Yeah, and that's what I thought. That data's being collected somewhere, and that's how they know on the FAFSA, and that's how they know to provide waivers. Or not waivers, whatever, exemptions or whatever's needed, yeah. Clearly, there needs to be more research, I think.
So I'll take this back. When it comes up, I may reach out to you all, particularly when the hearings are held or if staffers have additional questions.
So at this point, we're tabling this question. Is that what I'm hearing? So we're going to table
Yes,
this
I think we
question.
need to go back and review if it needs to proceed. And, I've made the recommendations for the language changes. I don't have any language change other than the changing wish to apply. We can go back and think through some of what would be more of a neutral statement, saying that I can't even think off the top of my head what that would be, but I also put changing, instead of I choose not to respond, do not applicable. The question does not apply. So in the event this is a required question that we have to move forward with, at least that was some of the discussion. But we will talk to our internal leadership and think through more of the processes that need to happen and try to get back with you all on that.
So, and I just heard back from our financial aid office that FAFSA, as Christine stated, does ask foster care about foster care participation. Okay.
Okay, well, lunchtime, or are we going to do this third one before we go to lunch?
It's up to you guys.
All right, guys, push through and do the last one, because surely this one will be easier. Or, okay, push through. Melinda, co-chair, says we're pushing through.
We can do it.
Right, and this one I don't think is that political or controversial is the right word. It's really just some language changes, and if you can see, it's the document that says scholarship app short answer questions. The current wording is in bold, and the suggested language is in italics. So if you want to read through that, I'm not going to read it to you, but if you have any immediately see any issues with any of the language, if you just want to talk through that, that'd be fine. In 5 minutes, by the way. No, just joking. You have as much time as you need.
I'm assuming this came from Michelle?
Yeah, this is
everybody's applying to A&M, right?
I'm pretty sure this came from Michelle.
clever way to get more applications, I think.
Yeah, let's change the language to number 2. We need to address that one for sure.
No suggested change.
Yeah.
Right. No, I only asked because I wanted to know if it was an institution that is actually currently using the scholarship application.
Here's Michelle. She can let us know.
We are looking over the scholarship app short answer questions. We have some concerns with number 2 and think we might need to change the way that ends for the app itself.
Although I think it's time for A&M.
Did you submit that?
No, I didn't. No, we did not submit this that I know of.
Oh, well, somebody wants you to get a lot of scholarship apps.
That was Michelle.
Oh, who submitted? Then I have that question.
I don't know, it was received somewhere, Tim sent it to me, and that's why, that again goes back to the requirement to fill out the change request form so we know, but,
I
yeah,
think
they
this
didn't
is
have it.
populating from, when this question is on the scholarship app, I think whatever university you're applying to fills in there.
Right.
This looks like it's coming from the,
Preview?
from the preview, yeah. Yeah.
Well, regardless of who submitted it, we'll look at the language suggestions.
Sarah may have been involved in that submission because I know she brought it to my attention, but we just didn't get it on the
It's
phone, I don't
possible, but
think.
certainly,
Yeah.
I don't think we suggested the changes, so.
No, we know it came from somewhere, but
I don't have concerns about the changes requested. I mean, those appear to be reasonable and,
Yeah, I think so.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, are there any further, or any changes? Or discussion? Okay, is there a motion to approve these changes as presented?
I'll make the motion.
I have a question. I kind of wish I knew who submitted this, because I do have a question about why they wanted to remove briefly from question 4, because that seems like the type of question where a student could get very wordy very quickly about any plans they have beyond their bachelor's degree. I mean, they have life plan, you know, some of these students, they have these huge life plans. I could just see them kind of in a short, I know it's a short answer, but I think the briefly might be a reminder. But again, not knowing where it came from or why they were interested in modifying this question that way. That's my only concern, but.
Well, they're only limited to 80 characters anyway,
Oh,
so.
they are, okay.
Yeah.
We don't use the scholarship?
Yeah. Me either, just looked it up.
Well, then never mind. It'll be limited by the box anyway, yeah.
Okay, we did have a motion to approve by Christine. Was there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Okay, the changes are approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will break now for lunch. That lunch break will be 30 minutes. We're feeling 30 minutes today.
Okay.
We'll be back at 12:30.
Okay.
Hold on a minute. I would like to invite everybody to a little celebration for Mr. Brace. That's as close to burnt orange as I can. Not do any
For those of you on the phone, we are,
a little travel weary.
Okay, we'd like to call the meeting back to order. Sorry for our delay, we're just a little bit late. When we broke for lunch, we had just completed the discussion about new changes that had been requested to Apply Texas. During Tim's report this morning, I also tried to make note of the other items that we still have outstanding that we need to also consider and give him some direction on, so we know about the final changes for this year. So I guess I would propose that we know that the scholarship changes have been proposed and the reverse transfer has been proposed. I thought we might go back through, tried to make some notes of the ones I saw that needed some additional information from this morning and get caught up on those, and then we'll know our final directions, if that sounds like a good plan. Yes. So based on this morning, one of the things that I have listed is, if you go back to the minutes from last time, because that's the order in which I took the notes. So if you go back to the minutes from our December meeting, and if you look at number 1, the custom question piece, we had left that pending. Tim does say that this is a big project if we try to show all the custom questions at one time, but I think you had suggested that potentially it could be 2 reports is one of the things that he suggested. And
those are 2 different things.
Oh, is that a different thing?
Yeah, one of them had to do with showing them in the app. The other one had to do with adding it to the download.
Oh,
that
this is
would,
the app.
Yeah, that would be a separate, it's on our list to see if we can do already, the download.
Yes.
As a separate download.
So this one is about having all the custom questions show at one time on the application. And we had left it pending at the prior meeting.
Right.
Would it be easier if I went through and told you the ones I saw outstanding, so maybe we hear the scope of everything before we have discussion? Okay, so I showed that number 1 was left pending about having the custom questions on the application where they can answer all of them at once. I showed that number 2 was dropped for consideration because we weren't sure everyone wanted this, and just want to make sure that that's a true case. If we decide that wasn't what we wanted, then we can just remove that. Is that how it was, that we didn't want number 2?
Isn't that the one you emailed me about, asking parental income? And I believe that some schools are using it like we are using that question. It is not a repeat, apparently. I think people thought it was a repeat question from the app to the scholarship app.
Oh, got you.
But
not a
I
repeat
reached
question.
out to our scholarship group, and they said they need that question. Now, I mean, we can add it as a custom question if necessary, if it gets removed, but.
Or if there's not strong feeling about removing it, we can just remove this request. Does anyone want to push forward with removal of the parental income on the scholarship application? I'm not hearing that anyone does, so we will say that we are removing this one officially from consideration.
That's okay, I got it, thank you.
We saved you 5 minutes. 5 minutes of programming done. Okay, we want you to use that wisely. Number 10, the deadlines for essays. It was left pending at the last meeting.
We have that on our backlog of things to do, so I have to take a look at exactly where that is, but I think that's on our list to, what number is that again?
Number 10. Number 10.
Okay.
And I wasn't sure, there were several of the ones I listed down here that you had mentioned were on backlog. If we needed to discuss the ones that are on backlog, or if it on backlog means that it's going to be considered to be done.
I have this listed as a secondary priority.
Yes.
So we would consider everything on the priority list, secondary or not, to be something that we would want to do, unless there's something that comes up. At this point, I haven't been told by the team, stop, we're not going to have time or the ability to do this one. So
Okay.
but we do the high priority ones first.
Gotcha. So this one looks to be done. But we said, and I do remember that conversation, we said if get everything else done before you worry about this one.
Right. This was fairly highly desired of the secondary ones, as I recall.
Okay, number 12, investigate making extracurricular and award section easier to complete, but you had mentioned you should be able to do it, however, it's on backlog. So I was wondering if you need any discussion from us about that.
I don't think so. The team, that y'all need anything else other than the fact that you still are committed to that? Right. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one.
Number 12.
Are you looking at 12?
I'm sorry, 22.
Yeah.
I can't
I'm
read my own
sorry.
writing.
Oh,
Number 22.
sorry.
Sorry about
Okay.
that.
Yeah, that's just, we're going to see, if we run into something, we've already done some discussion about it, and frankly, I don't think we've had anything jump out at us that would be like, oh, you know, we've looked at some other apps, and sometimes they don't list as many. They say list your top 3 of something. But the feedback I've heard from this group is that you wouldn't necessarily want to do that. There are a couple who, let's say, top three or top 5, whatever, and we have quite a few more than that that have the capability of adding if they want to. That's the only thing I think we could do, would be either get rid of some of the items, the data items, or limit how many we ask them to fill in. But that would be up to you all.
Okay, so the answer to that one, if we want to do that, is to look at a limit.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a note of that.
Somebody might take on, other than us, might want to take on, the role of looking at that and making suggestions for possible changes. If anybody wants to do that, that would be helpful to the group, I think. I don't know that we have anything that we would look at and say, this would be great if we didn't put, because those are all data elements for you. And so it seems like anytime we've talked a little bit about it, we've got a little pushback. It's like, no, we want all these data elements, and we want as many as they'll give us.
Yeah, I did reach out to our review team and actually our scholarship, because they use this section. And our scholarships are, a lot of their review process is automated. And so they were like, no, we need all of this. And even the review team could not offer any suggestions for making it more succinct, or it's just a hard section to fill out, and
it is, and
that way.
If you, the downside of having fewer is that first of all, you're not getting a full set, and secondly, the fifth one might be the one that matters the most to you.
Right.
But it may not have been, if you asked them to fill in 2 or 3, it may not have been one that they chose, and you'd be putting that burden on them, that they may not understand exactly what you want. So at this point, we're not doing anything, but it's something we can continue to watch in case something comes up. I think that's just a hard section, and there's no way around it.
Is this number 22?
Number 22. Mhm.
Well, in working with students, we know that it really is because they have to think 4 years back. And that's why this is the most difficult part of filling in that piece, because they have to remember what they did 4 years back and through the entire time. So I don't know. I wouldn't have a recommendation either yet, but.
We actually do it more easily than some apps where they will ask something like what the dates, that you started and ended some of these activities, and we aren't that specific about how many hours did you do this or whatever, how many weeks, and we're pretty open. We don't ask for anything to where they have to do that kind of really hard research.
Right, and when I used to advise students, I used to tell them, they want to see that you're a well-rounded student, so putting all the activities that you've been in is helpful to let them know that you're engaged, that you're going to stay. I don't know if there's an algorithm of some sort that you have on your campuses that tells this is a student based on that they're in Girl Scouts or that they're in this program or that program, so maybe lessening the specific information on how long they were in there, and maybe just listing the number of activities they were in rather than dates, because dates are what's really tripping everybody up.
But dates are critical for us in that we want to know, did they participate all 4 years? Because otherwise, students will participate they'll play the game. They'll participate for 1 year in about 20 different activities, and you won't know the difference. So, I mean, the dates are
Well,
important.
and one of the things that, working with a student would be that they do, the hours that they're required to do for graduation. So 1 hour working with an accept program and then putting a date, it's difficult to do, so I don't.
Yeah, I think if students, I think it's educating students, because we will recommend in something like that they don't have to list each and every community service item, but they could say, something more general as a part of this group or in order to meet.
And those are memberships into organizations rather than one specific instance of service, something like that.
One of the things that I was reminded of is that on the deadlines for essays, we want to require that the deadlines for essays be equal to or later than the deadline for apps, so that you wouldn't have an earlier deadline for essays than the deadline for the application. Seems reasonable?
It wasn't require, it was an optional.
Right.
Because some institutions would opt into that and some would not.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't have to do that. Okay.
Since you're talking about essays, I have a really quick question. Are the essays copied from application to application?
I don't think so.
No?
No.
Okay. Is that something we can consider later on?
Yeah, sometimes they are.
Right.
I mean, I can tell you, we get essays they want the University of Texas. And
I can't imagine.
And they ask for that.
Would that be really true?
I've always wanted to.
Could you send us information on that over to Mike?
We can swap the ones out that say A&M.
Yeah, that's right. They have all kinds of opportunities to cut and paste. I mean, a lot of them do these essays before the app even opens, and they know what the prompts are. They probably used, with counselors and other people's help, they've filled it all out, and then all they do is cut and paste. If they want to personalize it for a given, it's always been my life's dream to attend _. But if they copy it, they're more likely to put the wrong one. They should probably already have a copy of those. They're probably not typing it in on the fly in the app.
Number 23, the test score page. I have a note that it's on backlog.
Yeah, which just means that we haven't started it yet.
Is
Sorry.
this one that you think you will be able to?
I believe so.
Oh, okay.
It's let me see. Well, it's not trivial, but let me see what I have, if I have some notes on that one. What number is that again?
3.
Yeah, what the notes I have is that this is the first one after the 2 priority levels. So we'd go highest priority, secondary priority, and then this would be the next one, but it wasn't as high priority as the other ones on the list, if that makes sense.
Yes. Wish, but not highly pushed.
Yeah.
Okay, number 25, clarify the language concerning availability of grad apps for those schools that don't have grad apps open.
Which one is that again? Yeah.
25, I have a note that says no actions taken, and I think you need help with the text. That's what, if I remember from the notes.
That was, no, well, I mean, I don't know if it can be done with text. This is for some of our institutions don't use Apply Texas for their grad apps.
Right.
And so if someone goes in and tries to wants to look at a grad app for that institution, what our system does is goes to look to see whether there's an open app for that institution for the semester that the student has chosen. And if there isn't one, the message comes back and just says, there's not a grad app, I believe. I think it says, there's not a grad app for this institution for the semester you've chosen, which leaves it open that there might be one later, or that maybe it even says there's not currently. And so it leaves open, and I think the request was, can we have something that would say this institution does not process grad apps using Apply Texas? Yeah, yeah, right, completely. The only thing, I don't know that we could change the text. I think we could possibly just add a line that just said, for more information, please contact the institution. And then they would contact you and say, are you going to open an app for so-and-so? And then you could say, we don't use Apply Texas for the grad app. Yeah.
There you go.
On number 27, add English as one of the languages spoken. And I wasn't sure from the conversation if, no action's been taken so far, if you needed more information from the committee about that.
We're just not sure exactly where they want that, what application type, what field are they talking about? If there's a drop-down list that has other languages and they want to add English.
Asked about other languages spoken.
And I think we said last time that English is implied. I mean, you
Yeah,
have to
'cause it
speak
says
English
other,
to attend
yeah.
its other languages, so I thought we dropped that.
All right, so we can remove that one. Number 28, remove the scholarship question that asks where else the student is applying. And I have a note that says we need discussion.
Yeah, there's, had some discussion last time, but there's a national Organization of Counselors, NACAC, that has a document, I think, that is kind of a document on ethics, as it were, and says that you shouldn't be asking that. I think it's a relatively new addition to that document within the last year that basically says, we agree, you agree, or we agree that we will not ask this question.
Kind of best practices.
Yeah, the best practices.
Yeah, I checked with our office, scholarship office, to ask if they used it. And there is one particular scholarship provider who requires that, who
Really?
wants to know. And I think it's because it's the Terry Scholarship, Terry Foundation, and they provide scholarships to multiple universities. And so I think they do not want to be considering this student, or they want to know if they might see this student's name on 3 different universities' scholarship lists, potentially, but
couldn't that be
they
managed?
could, they can manage it a different way.
Terry could manage
Mhm.
them.
They could manage it different.
So that one we will drop, it sounds like?
Drop the question?
Drop the request.
No, the request was to remove it. Yeah.
Remove it, yeah, that is, we want to keep the request, so we can remove that question, sounds like? Especially if
you
it's a-
just somebody, somebody might want to double check and make sure I'm understanding that document right, especially if there's a scholarship that wants it. Because I would imagine that a lot of the member institutions use that scholarship.
There
But,
are a number that
yeah.
are served by Terry.
But I think more than one person has pointed that out to me, that document exists.
Can someone look up NACAC's? Oh, thank
Policy,
you,
yeah.
Christine, thanks.
Somebody sent it to me.
And by the way, while we were talking about that, the team reminds me that we had a way around the graduate application number 25 is that we removed, if they choose grad, we removed some of the institutions from that pull down, that you can choose from. So you
that'd be
can't
good.
choose. That's somewhat a manual, I think, the way we've done that, but as opposed to having maybe a switch in the admin suite or something. But as we've learned that they don't do that, I think we've kind of basically locked out the students from going to that other page, which said they don't have anything open right now. So I think that probably has been solved.
Okay. Awesome. Okay, so we're looking up the NACAC Code of Ethics. Number 29 provides students more information about which application to complete. And I have a note that you will need guidance, or you said perhaps you could move a link around that might help solve that problem.
Yeah, I have notes. Get my Excel spreadsheet to come up. That's number 29.
Yes.
I have some notes to the effect that, I think this came up last time, that there's a which app should I choose link, and that maybe we could make that, make sure the instructions are as good as they could be, and maybe move that to a more obvious place, or I think we have it, I don't remember exactly where it is, but we could maybe move it to where they'd see it earlier before they actually choose one of the apps.
Okay. Then the last one I had a note about was number 37. And this is the one about having the two separate downloads, one
Right.
currently and then one for the custom questions.
Let me see. And this is on the list of things to get to if we have time.
Okay.
After the highest priorities and the secondary priorities. And this is probably something we could add at any time. I think it wouldn't have to be rolled out on July 1st, and then if we miss that, then it can't be done.
True.
This is something that could be added at any time during the year.
Okay. All right, so that's everything I had left to consider. So that still leaves the custom questions. It looks like the deadlines for essays are okay, because they'll probably have time to do that. I don't see anything left there to do.
I think I found the NACAC statement.
Okay.
What does it say?
I found it.
I found it.
It's long.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't know if it's the same one.
it's the statement of principles of good practice, mandatory practices, and then under the NACAC statement of principles of good practice, this one was newly approved by 2016 Assembly, so and it is 18 pages long.
Oh. No, this is just a statement, I think.
Oh.
I think there are a couple of documents.
It says admissions
Well,
financial.
what's your statement? Because this is 18
I
pages long.
think this is in reference to it.
It might-
It's under admissions financial aid testing policies and procedures for all post-secondary members agreed they will. And number 2 is not ask candidates, their schools, or their counselors or others to list or rank order their college and university preferences in applications or on other documents.
Pretty strong.
Yeah, so,
You don't want this 18 pages?
so based on that, we're back on, that's number 28. Sounds like we should move forward with removing
Yeah.
that question from the scholarship application. And we'll have the discussion, all of us who work with Terry, to say they'll have to ask that on some other way.
I think they got some supplemental information we give them, all the Terries, that we have to provide to the foundation, I think. So maybe we could still do that. We had to get the students' consent to do it or something, maybe.
I bet there are schools, I mean, not ours, of course, but that do not know that they can't ask that because they might be asking that somewhere else. So.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I'm sure.
Okay. I'm going through the list. Remind me again, on number 22, the extracurricular award and awards section, did we just say that right now
Yeah, we're not doing anything at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, we've already looked at it. At this point, we don't have any specific changes to make.
We're going to wait and see what the survey results were in case it's just a tedious section and not that it's really hard or challenging. It's just a bear to get through.
Gotcha. So that one is off table for this time. Okay. All right, on number 1, the custom questions again. What did we say we were going to do with that one? Okay, this is being investigated. Okay, so that one's off the table right now. Because I'm thinking wherever we are right now, that's where we're going to be for this cycle. So I have number 1 is off the table. Number 2, we removed it from consideration, so it's off the table. Number 10, the essays deadlines, looks like it will happen. Number 22 is off the table. That's the extracurricular. Number 23 is a secondary priority, but right now looks like they might have time to start it. And they're good with that. We don't need any extra information. Number 25, they have a manual kind of workaround right now that's going on to help that situation with the grad apps. So nothing else from us right now. Number 27, the English is one of the language spoken. We've taken that off the table. Number 28, I don't know where it went. Oh, number 28, remove the scholarship question. We just said we'd like to go ahead and do that. Number 29, provide students more information on which applications to complete. Need some guidance with clarifying the instructions that are included in the link, and then potentially we could put the link in a more prominent place. Does that sound right, Tim? So they still need guidance for that to be able to push that one forward. And then number 37, expand the list of data elements. They're going to do this one after this one's okay, and it can be done after July 1st.
Yes.
All right, so the only thing left that you need from us for those are the clarification on the instructions for number 29. And then we need to hear from you, Tim, how you feel about the changes, the time needed to change the scholarship and reverse transfer information, and if those could be accommodated in this cycle.
I think that they could be. Obviously, we need some decisions. We already have, we'd have to take, I'm trying to find, here we go. I don't know that there's this much more than a textual change, is that right? If you look at the change request on the reverse transcript, we already have yes, no, and not applicable. Do we have those 3 already? If we have those 3 already, then we're just talking about a text change. So 2.5 weeks should take care of it.
And then this is the one that, Claudette, you're checking on no, this is the one we said we're good with the change in the language, and the advisory committee is asking for no default, knowing that may come back differently.
Right, required but no default answer. And then
And we are moving forward with that. We're talking about the
reverse transfer.
Oh, okay. Yes. No default, right. And if that changes, that's easy.
Right.
Okay. And then on the scholarship short answer changes?
No problem.
Yeah. Okay.
They already exist, all these questions, right? Okay.
And then the other one we know, the foster care was tabled for now.
Right.
Okay, so the only one then that leaves us then is that number 29 for the clarifying instructions. What is your timeline, Tim, for someone to have to give you clarifying instructions in order to be able to make that happen?
I think it's just a text change. I think that we're talking about the thing where we move the instruction to somewhere else on the process, and then I was just thinking we would look at it and see if we could shore up the instructions. If it's any significant change, I'm certainly happy to run it by Claudette, and then maybe the chair and co-chair. I don't believe that there'll be any significant, but it may just be a sentence we could add to make it clearer.
Perfect. As a point of order, did we need a motion to make the change for number 28? I can't remember if we do motions for everything that we push forward. I don't remember. We did a motion for the transfer one. We did not, I think we might have done a motion for the scholarship as well. Yes, we did. Yes. Do I need a motion for the moving forward with the scholarship question? Let's just get one to be safe. Is there a motion to remove the scholarship question that asks where else the student is applying?
I motion to remove the scholarship question.
Thank you, Nicole. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Perfect. Lots of seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Very good. Motion carries. Thank you, Connie. All those carry. Oh, yes. I heard Connie. Is there anyone else still joining us by phone? Connie is our lone phone person. So we should still be okay. We're checking now for quorum to make sure we still. So everyone hang on with us as long as you can. I know we have some who've already told us they have to leave. We lost quorum at the last meeting with people leaving early, so we're trying to get through as quickly as we can. And Claudette was nice and put everything up at the top that requires more votes. So it was good planning. Okay, that's everything I had left that I made notes that we need to discuss. Do you feel like you have the guidance you need?
Yeah, I think there are a couple other things on the agenda, right? But as far as the things on here that are on this list, we have everything we need.
Right, just talking about the list.
Right.
Okay.
I think the other items on the agenda are really discussion. It's not anything that would require a vote, from my understanding. It's just a follow-up discussion from last meeting.
I agree.
I
Okay.
wonder if I could mention an item that I didn't get a chance to get on the list. I don't know about new, what we're going to do going forward with new.
No, I'm just joking.
Okay.
I mean, you're more than welcome to bring that up now. Are you talking about a new item to suggest for change, or?
Well, yeah, maybe not this cycle, but at some point. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know what.
Well, this goes back to the use of the change request form to formally submit it. But if it's something that I think because we've already gone through the priority list, might be better. I don't know. It's up to you guys.
We'll wait. We'll wait then if you don't.
Does it need to be changed immediately?
Or is it significant? Is it a significant change?
Of course, everything needs to be changed immediately.
It's significant on our campus. I don't know if it's significant all over.
So, I mean, I put in that. What is yours?
Right.
Mine has to do with the whether or not we could consider a change of the essay structure in terms of essay. In other words, creating a custom essay that pretty much like we have custom questions right now, but the custom questions you cannot use them for essay purposes at the moment because of the length restrictions of how much information you can put in. So the question was whether or not we could do something in reference to for the essays to where at least you'd have an option of making one that would be institutionally specific to where you can ask that question in part of an essay.
Well, that's not new.
I had mentioned that.
Yeah.
You had mentioned that before? Okay.
So
When you guys changed the questions, right?
Just,
Yeah.
you would have every school would have the option of putting their own text in.
and this would be as one of the custom questions?
No. This would be an essay.
In addition to.
A custom essay prompt.
A custom essay prompt, and it's because we're changing the rubrics and everything that we use in terms of the holistic review process now, and so with our new process, it makes it very difficult to wait the 3 years or whatever we use nowadays to change the essay prompts. We'd like to have more flexibility, and if we need to, in order to have a prompt that would specifically speak to what we're looking for in terms of in that process, and allow all the institutions to have that same option, so.
Just as a outsider, would it be that your admissions is also going to include a standard essay and a custom essay? I mean, is that what's happening now?
Yeah.
Because one of the things that we get constantly from the field is when are the essays up so they can get started. If they don't know the custom essay question, that defeats the purpose of opening the application earlier. That defeats a lot of the purposes of why we've done some things. Just playing devil's advocate there.
Sure.
And that's certainly a concern, because we get emailed February, right about now, people are counselors are going to be double checking, what are the essay prompts? And so you're right, if oftentimes they'll go into labs and they'll get some of the professional counselors and they've done all these three, and then they find out there's another one that UT needs that's different from the one A&M wants. Now it's already different a little bit. I mean, you can request the A and you can do B. So, but so they already are in the situation where they would send different essays to different schools. But your point's well taken. Right now, they know way ahead of time which ones to do, and my sense is that a lot of them will just do all three, and then. I don't know how true that is, but that's my sense, that a lot of them will do all three and then just send off whichever ones are needed, unless they're only going to go to one school and they already know that school is going to want only one of them or none.
Right, and we know that the essays, a lot of English teachers and other groups utilize the prompts as a grade, so they get started earlier even within the school. So if a student isn't taking initiative in July when it opens, they're at least utilizing those essay prompts earlier. So that's just one of the things to consider.
Yeah, you can consider it, and we did look into it, but it's just, the direction I think that where we're going in reference to the essays is we want to make them relevant to what we're looking for in the application process, and if it's not, then we shouldn't ask for essays at all, and that's where direction we're going.
Right, and one of the things, just thinking the student perspective is the whole purpose to me of the application is to have a common application. When we get into specifics, then why are we even using this form if we're customizing it just for the institution directly? It's a tendency, and I know there's lots of things specific because it's competitive,
right.
But just for the student's perspective, a student voice, we have to think about those things too. Then there's really no use for this application if it's going to be different across the board. You've added several different custom questions now. It's not even common. There's very basic information is common, and that's just about it.
Well, the reason, but I think what Michael's suggesting is we have the basic essays, A and B, and we're all using those. And then we have an option to do kind of a fill-in topic on our own. So it does remain fairly common. Mm-hmm. And the problem, the custom questions and all really do serve the student, because if we were not able to do that, we would all have supplemental applications on our websites, which is even worse for the student, because then there's another document they have to fill out. So it's a balancing act for sure, but being able to get what we need from Apply Texas without having to ask it or have them provide an additional document to us, which then could potentially keep their file from completing, is in the student's best interest ultimately.
Well, and I didn't know if your recommendation was to say, okay, there's A and B, but there's also customized essay that we may not use A or B. I guess I just wanted to clarify that if you're using A or B and then the custom essay, that would make some sense, but not just deferring to the custom essay. That's, I think, what I wanted to clarify.
And I think that would be part of the task, because my understanding is that schools can choose any number of them or none. And so unless you said you cannot use the custom unless you choose another one, they would be able to choose the custom only. But it's already the case that there are schools who don't use any and schools that use one in the first and the third and whatever, and that's already the situation. It would just be that you would have the opportunity to write one you want, and the students applying to your school would have to add that one to the 3 normal prompts.
Well, now, I think that's what I was trying to ask, like, is this essay question, could that be used as a custom question, or is there a limit?
There's a limit right now. We talked about several ways of doing it, and the best way would simply be to create the capability for a custom essay within the essay section, rather than make the custom questions larger.
The other option would be making a custom questions.
I think they're about a third or so of the size is maybe the largest you can have, maybe 250, 300 words max. If you want more than that, that's not going to work within the system.
Anyway, food for thought.
I made a note.
Yep.
It'll be in the minutes.
There you go. Appreciate it.
Okay, then that moves us into our next item, which was discussion of the high school council responses regarding the Applied Texas cycle start date change. Oh, good, Claudette.
I just have one.
Okay.
I did put this on there because I did receive maybe 2 responses, and it was more of a clarification as to make sure we or everybody knew that the counselors weren't there at the time that the application will open. And so it was just more so letting that person know that it's just an option for the students to start working earlier because of the FAFSA date moving up earlier, that we wanted to get things in place. And so it was just more of a clarification. Another question which did not make any sense to me was that just because the application opened earlier, that the deadlines were going to be moved up too, and I said no. They wanted to know if you submit the application, does everything need to be there all at once? And I said no. But again, it was just clarifying some of those. So I just wanted to let you know that that was just some of the discussion that came through.
Okay, we're going to go on to update on international applicants and 2-year application, and I believe Nicole has done some work on this.
Before we do that, do you want us to assess a custom essay and look into the possibility of doing it, or do you just want to say, don't even look at that this cycle? It's kind of up to you. I don't know how many people would use it. It seems like people might like it. It might be at least a medium project. We would have to, do you want us to stick it on the end and take a look at it, or is it something that y'all would need to continue to discuss since this is the last meeting for this year? How do you want us to proceed on it right now?
Committee input?
Obviously, I'd like to see you go. I'd like to see you do it, of course.
You don't get to vote.
Guess I don't count.
Mike doesn't get to vote.
Yeah, I get to vote.
No, I mean, it's not something that would necessarily have to be used. I think, Claudette, your question, it would, in my mind, what I'm envisioning is it would be another option for essays. So they may not use A, B, or C. They would use the custom essay instead. Essays don't copy right now, so we wouldn't have the problem with it doesn't copy anyway. I was thinking, okay, if it copies, it wouldn't copy because it's not there, but we don't copy, so it won't affect that.
I mean, what I'm envisioning, it would be, the admin site would have where you select what essays you want, and if you want them required or not required, and that's what the student sees, and then there would be an extra place in there for someone to say, I have a custom essay, and you write it in the admin site and say whether it's required or not, and that would then appear in the essay section for that student, for those students to your institution. Obviously, no one has to use it. It would just be for those who want to use it.
I mean, honestly, I would still speak on behalf of the student and the counselors that are working with these students, that they already know the essay prompts and they can prepare. And eventually, if the writer language passes, we'd have input from counselors or a secondary group that might even add more input into this. So I don't know, honestly, I would table the discussion, but, I mean, it's up to you all.
Gotten a word from Ideal that we would work to publish, though, that information as early as possible for the counselors. They would have the information before the cycle opened to be able to prepare for it. So if that were the issue in terms of them not knowing, I think we can handle that.
Okay, so what cycle were you planning on wanting this, like this coming cycle, or?
Well, we don't know, just whenever
Right.
it'd be available is what we're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, I would support looking into it and seeing if we could, mainly because, if a school needs the information to appropriately review and consider a student, we have to get it some way. So putting it there and going ahead with this is better than having to have them provide supplemental information again, so. Or try to capture it in custom questions or multiple custom questions. And
Yeah.
so I would support looking into it.
Figure out a way to get it. We'd have to get the information.
You have to,
We'll
yeah.
figure out a way to get it.
Why are the essay prompts only reviewed every 3 years?
That's just historical.
Historical, I mean, is it?
It was always led by A&M or Texas.
Is
Now they're changing it up now.
schools don't use them. I mean, we're the big
Yeah,
users
yeah.
of the essay prompts.
And that's why they've been the leaders in that area, because they're the ones who use it, and we all accept that. So I would be in support of this, and I would be in support of it happening even for this cycle if it were possible, because we do not use essay questions at our, to look at, but, we may in the future, and so we look to our other institutions as to what they're looking at in terms of a holistic review, and this may be something that
So what information?
beneficial to the student too in the admission process. I mean, having been through that process with 3 of my own children attending the University of Texas at Austin, I can see, how competitive it is, and I think students who apply to these institutions recognize how competitive it is and how important their essays are.
I'm going to play complete ignorance here, but what are you not getting from A or B that needs to be in another essay question?
Well,
And then when the essay prompts were revised just recently, why was that information not included in the essay?
Because it would cause, the level of customization is not there for those essays that we have to approve. They have to be more general. We may want to ask a specific one about the University of Texas at Austin, their experience.
Yeah.
What happens then? We couldn't ask that. And I'm just saying in
There-
general. We could ask them how they feel about the particular program or how they feel about the experience. So things like that are things that you can capture if you're more customized. But otherwise, the essays have to be very general, and they may not get at directly what we're looking for in terms of actually using it in our file review process.
That was going to be my question, is should we look at actually having a quicker turnaround on the essay prompt review, and instead of having custom questions, actually say we're going to change the prompts more often?
Yeah.
But it sounds like his specific issue
yeah, it
is
would
very specific to a program, or maybe the competitiveness of getting into a certain college.
Yeah, and we already got that. We already
right.
have some of them
Right.
in there already that they can select for, I think, nursing and art history and art. So certain programs, but this is more or less trying to customize it for the standpoint of the overall theme of the university in terms of whether or not to see whether or not the student is a good fit for the institution. And the only way you can capture that is to have more tailored types of responses in essays.
And it would allow you to change it from year to year.
Yeah, year to year, which now we have to wait 3 years, and
Right.
it may be that they're irrelevant altogether with
Right.
what's going on with the process.
Out of curiosity, have you found research that adds to having that additional information about the culture? Or, I mean, I'm not sure what your
Yeah,
essay
that's what we're
question
doing
would
now.
be.
We've got a new director of file review that actually is one that's pushing this new initiative.
Okay.
Because he needs more information that's more relevant to the prompts and the rubric that he's using.
For success there on the campus.
For success in the program, so.
So can I ask a question of the team? If we went ahead with assessing this and putting it somewhere on our list to take a serious look at and possibly do, would you need any more feedback from the committee? This is the last meeting for the year. So other than simply, is it fairly straightforward, not simple to do, but straightforward if you were just told, we'd like you, they would like us to look into and, if possible, install the capability for a custom essay, would you need to come back and say, I'm not thinking of anything that you'd need follow-up from the committee on? Are you?
It would just be, in addition to like ABC, and it would be for the entire application type. We're not talking major specific or anything like that, correct?
Yeah, for everybody.
I think we
And then
understand what's
we
being
would add it, if possible, to the list where you can choose any combination. I think we installed that this year. Okay.
And you would want a different one per app type, right? I mean, or the ability to make it different per app type.
Or are you just looking at freshmen?
Oh, would it need to be different?
It wouldn't need to be necessarily unless you ask for that.
It might. I mean, you might ask a question different of a transfer student than you might a freshman.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
so app type, if, that would be ideal, to be able to do it by app type.
Yeah. I was thinking more about functionality, but yeah, app type, that would work.
Okay, so it sounds like the team would be comfortable with taking a look at this, not promising that it could be done. Do you want to just put it kind of in that group of things that would be after the top and the second tier? And then Mike can help push us by walking into the office every couple of days and asking how we're doing.
I'll do it too.
Before we move on, I don't know how likely this is, but we do have someone in the audience that's from secondary, Derek Hutchinson, who's joined us, and he's made the trip, he's listening in. Do you have any comments or anything? And he can...
We can't hear you. It's either not on or you need to be closer.
Here we go.
There we go.
You got me. All right. So yeah, I'm just excited to be here and hear some of this discussion that's going on. So thank you for having this open to an audience as well. But as far as the essays are concerned, something else to consider that I think may not have been considered in this discussion as of yet is that our students are also filling out another application called Common App. Everyone is aware of that one as well. So we have many students who are doing all of these essays who are now being asked to possibly complete additional ones by additional schools who are asking not only for these 3 that we need to be prepared for, A, B, and C, not only the 5 that are required by Common App, but now they're going to be asked to possibly be prepared for additional ones because as a student I want to go to UT, but I may not get in, but I need to go ahead and write that essay, but I'm still going to go ahead and apply to several other schools in which I'll also have to have essays prepared for. So I do think that it does make it a little more difficult for our students moving in from junior year as we try to prepare them for these essays. Our English teachers are having students write these essays for extra credit assignments. Our counseling offices, our advising college centers are introducing these questions to our students before senior year, because as we know, when they come back from summer, they're already being asked to go ahead and turn in applications, as early as July now. So we don't have a whole lot of time to prep them and have them prepared for as many essays as they can be introduced to. So I would be more in favor of keeping it more simplified for our students as we think of a common application similar to Common App and Apply Texas, to make the application process easier for our students. And that's what we're always looking at is why are these initiatives created? Why is there a Common App? Why is there an Apply Texas? yes, we want our students applying to colleges, and one of the ways to do that is to make the process a little more seamless for them. So my concern is that if we introduce all of these additional custom essays, that it might remove some of that ease of that process for our students, because not all of our students are jumping in from junior year to senior year prepared. In fact, that's probably the minority of our students. Many of them are jumping in when school starts at the end of August, going, oh, I need to do college apps, and they only have a very short amount of time. By the time we identify a student and say, hey, you have got great SAT scores, you've got a great GPA, and you haven't even considered college yet, let's go ahead and start looking at a college application. So I just encourage you as a committee to keep that in the back of your mind, or in the front of your mind, really, is making this process seamless for our students, because not all of them walk into senior year prepared. There are many that will be talking about college for the first time when they come back to school as a senior.
I'm sorry, can you, I guess, explain why a custom question would be a barrier, especially for those students who are high achievers? I would think that those are the students who are applying early, who in fact are prepared to complete essays, and I don't understand how a custom essay poses as a barrier if they have to choose 2 essays anyway to complete for the University of Texas, for example. I'm just going to use you as an example. How could that?
I mean, I'm just going to jump in real quick.
Please, yeah.
When you're talking, what your point is, from what I'm hearing, is that when a student, you have a custom question, A&M has a custom question, Texas State has a custom question, UNT has a custom, all of these institutions have custom questions. You can't cut and paste. You have to look and think about revising. So a lot of our advising or counselors, they'll request at least from minimum 4 institutions. You know, those are common. There are schools down in the valley that request 10. You have to apply to 10 schools or more. So when you're thinking about 10 custom question essays, custom essays, that's a lot of work. And that's what I think your point is, Derek.
Right, and in addition to the essays that they're writing for colleges, they're also being bombarded with essays for scholarships. So not only are those essays being written to get admitted, but also built into the Apply Texas, which we do appreciate, is having the scholarship application essays built in, along with all of the other scholarship application essays that they're being asked to write. So keeping them simplified, I know many of our third-party scholarships are looking at the essays that are being reported or asked for by Apply Texas and Common App, because they do try to keep that simplified for our students so they can transfer over some of those essays without having to write 30 essays as a senior for all of the applications and scholarships that they apply for.
Well, not all institutions, I'd like to see a show of hands in this room. How many of the institutions that are represented here require an essay?
You're looking here at this, there are several that require them on the application. There's a whole list in the Applied Texas that will require at least an A or B or both, depending on what school they're going to. But yes, I think you have
a lot.
There's 12. There's 12 that require both.
So there's 12. So, I mean,
12 that require at least 1.
You have to think about the barriers for the student, too.
That's a great point, Claudette, because that's exactly the point I was trying to make earlier about the foster question. You know, make it pertinent to the application for admission. So, you know, if we're gonna stick to that, let's be pertinent. I can tell you the essays are a lot more pertinent to the admission process than maybe some of the other things that we've actually considered putting on the application for admission, for example, the foster question. But again, I just think, I just don't see a custom question being such a huge barrier. I'm sorry.
It's not the question, it's the essay and the links.
I'm sorry, the essay. I don't see the essay being, especially if the student wants to apply to that university, and, you know, then they they should have to complete or answer, or I'm sorry, or write the essay, the custom essay.
And I would also review the essays. I was just reading over them. I compared the Apply Texas ones to the Common App ones, and they are very good essay questions. And I understand there may be more specific questions that the universities are looking for, but it might be worthwhile to just modify the ones to be able to collect that information and still have an A, B, and C without opening up a D, an E, an F, a G, and continuing on, because our students are encouraged to apply to multiple universities. And who knows, that may be a barrier that student now is not going to apply to a university because they're not doing the additional application or the additional essay, but they've already written A, B, and C, and they can use that at 3 universities, but this other one's D, and they're just like, yeah, I'm not really feeling it writing another essay.
Okay. Well, sorry, I just disagree with that, but I do respect your opinion, and I do understand exactly what you're saying. I just feel that, the whole idea is to make our students successful, and it is competitive, and that is the real world, and they do need to be able to. I'm a firm believer that, their writing skills are extremely important. So I think we'd both agree on that, though. But I do definitely respect your opinion, sir.
But thank you for your insight on that.
Thank you.
Yes, very much.
I do, working with students, it is an extremely long, lengthy process to do all of, not just the application and the essays, but do the financial aid, the scholarships, the testing. All of that stuff it's in 1 year is a lot to do in 1 year. And I agree with you, the pool of applicants that are motivated and want to do all those, that should be no problem for them. But we're trying to encourage as many students that can be academically successful and successful to apply, get through that whole barrier of a whole year of applying to be successful on campus. So I wouldn't really necessarily think that just because they're not motivated to do one optional essay, or not even optional, but an additional essay, would give them the stigma that they're not going to be successful on campus. Because there are several students I've worked with that are kind of moved away from applying because of the length of time it takes to apply for everything. And it's hand-holding because they, one, don't know the process. 2, it's a lot of time, and maybe they're working, they're doing their service hours, they have a full course load, they're taking dual credit classes, they're also doing college courses. It's not just about applying the whole year. There's lots of other things they're doing in addition to that. So
Absolutely.
That's just speaking on the student behalf.
Yeah, and absolutely, and I definitely know that firsthand, having had 3 children, and plus being in education for 30 years. And actually, as part of our job, everyone represented in this room and on this board, part of our job is to go out and assist students with the application processes, and that's exactly what we do. I know I've been doing that for 30 years, so, and I look around here, and I've worked with most of my colleagues on here have been actually doing that as well. So that's part of our job to, as is the gentleman in the back, to help these students complete all these applications and definitely streamline them and make it a lot easier for them as well, too. But yes, so just so that you know, we've been doing this, or I have at least for 30 years, hand-holding students, a lot of students, and helping them through the process, both traditional students and non-traditional students. So, anyway, that's my opinion about essays and the Apply Texas application.
Well, since we have that in the, we'll submit the change request, obviously, or change form, so we can get that for the next one. And Michelle still has her recommendations from what she submitted recently. Like I said, because we didn't have a formal process in place, the sporadic, we want to do the change request needs to be formalized a little bit better. So I think we have something that Michelle referenced that's a good workflow, so we can incorporate this for discussion on the next cycle.
We're going to table that for now. We're going to wait for the change request, and we're back to the international discussion that Nicole did some work on that. So Nicole, I'll turn over to you.
Sure. So the last meeting I volunteered, and just before winter break or just after winter break, the lovely people at Apply Texas reminded me that I had volunteered for such a thing. And so I was able to sit down for a bit, and basically what I did is I took all of the information we had compiled over the last few meetings regarding what's currently on the international app, what's on the 2-year app, and tried to figure out the skip logic that Apply Texas would need to be able to create the app. So at what point in the question about, are you a U.S. citizen, and then kind of fill in the questions from the international app that were missing from the 2-year app. But put in a way so that if you don't need to answer the international questions, you don't even see that information. And so I was able to compile that information, those questions, and send them to Apply Texas, along with a little bit of follow-up information regarding some visa types, and we'll be happy to test and answer any additional questions when the time comes.
I think, Tim, you actually referenced that you've been working with Nicole already.
Right. And thank you so much. We really appreciate the amount of work she did putting this together for us and coming up with good ideas about how to move forward on this. And I'm going to call on Rebecca now that I know she and Claudette have been having a separate conversation to talk a little bit about the changes to the 2-year app and the suggestions made and how you think we should move forward on that. I won't try to do a quick summary, only to have you correct me. Why don't you just go ahead?
All right. Basically, the plan is to follow the same logic that we do on the 4-year apps when we guide them to use either the U.S. application or the international application. And it's slightly different based on whether they've selected dual credit or if they've not selected dual credit, if the school uses the dual credit switch. So we would, right now, if they answer that they're not a U.S. citizen, they don't hold permanent resident status, they don't have an application for permanent residence, and they have not lived in Texas for 36 months, and they don't have a visa that makes them eligible to domicile, then we will replace the current, in the 2-year app, replace the current residency section with the visa section, the preliminary visa section that we have now currently on the international 4-year apps. And then we will also add test scores for those applications that we've decided should be international. We'll add test scores to the one of the education background pages. And we wanted to ask if you just want the 2 international tests, if you just want TOEFL and IELTS, or if you want other test scores also.
I know that we use TOEFL and IELTS. I don't know if any of the sounds good.
That sound. I think what we probably would like to ask for is for someone here to continue to work with us and moving forward on what was just discussed. But if representing the 2 years, Nicole.
You're looking at for this cycle?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Very good. Okay, the next, you want to do it? You see, you turned yours on. No, you can. I'll finish talking my notes.
I'm gonna let you talk. The next item on the agenda is update on results of institutions' dual credit application process. I don't believe, at least based on the minutes, anyone specifically was assigned to that.
I was going to look into it, and I had crafted a question and sent it to Jane, and then I think in the questions about the moving of the application to July, it just kind of got lost in when we were going to send it out and to who, and so it never actually got submitted.
Was this a survey?
Yeah, it was just
Okay.
like a survey question about dual credit and how people were using the application, but I can find that originally what I sent her and send that to you,
Right.
Claudette.
Right, and well, I think initially when I read through the minutes myself, I did see that it's just general discussion to find out, more research based to find out how the question was being utilized, if, because there's a question about dual credit if they're going to use it, but what I've heard is that not everybody uses that question, and that there might be custom questions that are added to find out more information. So I think that's what we're trying to gather to see who uses the actual question for the purpose of finding out whether or not they're dual credit. And we were completely tabling discussion that there should be a separate dual credit application from what I understood.
Yep.
Right. Okay, so I know there was no lead on it, but it's good to hear that at least we can get started with maybe a survey question of some sort.
And I found the original email, so I'll forward that to you.
Okay, and is there a timeline you guys want information back on this, or so I can send, and I don't know who would send it out. Would it be you guys, or?
Normally, it's been the coordinating board
Okay.
that sent it out. Probably through the TACRO listserv mostly.
Okay.
What we have at the end, we're going to be discussing our next meeting date. It would be great if we could find that out. I don't think for this cycle, we're not going to be able to do anything with another application, but to be
Right.
able to look at that, to the responses coming back, so we could add it to the list for the next year and know where we are and what else we need to do in order to add anything to the list.
Right, and even finding out how it's being utilized in general, because the whole purpose of the question is to find out, but we know that there's other custom questions that are being added to gather whatever information is needed for your institution. So that would be helpful to know what that is before we even think about trying to add another application for students to fill out.
The dual credit is becoming more and more utilized.
Right.
And it's becoming harder and harder to manage using some of the old application, or not the old, using the regular application. So it would be interesting to see what the survey results say and what we might be able to do to make this easier on the students. Dual credit students are being asked to basically answer entire applications just to take a dual credit course.
Right.
And that doesn't really seem to help the students.
And it also, just on a counselor user user part for the counselor suite, all of that information gets counted in the counselor suite. So our counselors don't really know what, if the counts are for, if they're really students that are going to college or if they're students that are for dual credit. It's not separated in the counselor suite. So it's another issue, there's lots of issues, obviously, but.
Okay, the next agenda item is the update regarding the technical workshop for the 2018-19 cycle, and then the July Applied Texas workshop in conjunction with the university and community college meetings that the TACRO holds in July. And I think Michelle ended up being our representative. Because at the last minute, I could not attend.
Yeah, so the July date will be July 19th. That'll be a meeting here in Austin. It's couched between the university issues meeting and the community college meeting. And it will be that traditional Applied Texas speed held at the DoubleTree. Something to keep in mind is by couching it between, and you only make one trip to Austin in the summer, not two. And it may, in fact, add an additional hotel night, but typically those who would use that additional night were using a night for the June meeting as well. So really, it does save schools money if they act on that. But that's too late for a July 1 opening, obviously. That's, if we open the app on July 1, then we have a need for, and we talked about some kind of web-based meeting just to make schools aware of the changes on Applied Texas and anything that's new.
And I believe originally we were talking about potentially having this online meeting for the technical teams in April based on survey results we had received when we talked about wanting to open in July. When we asked when would be the best time for a technical meeting in April is what came back from those surveys. Well, April's going to be here in a month. So
April 30th?
I think April 30th is sounding better. That gives you 2 months. we're all set for the July meeting, at least having the approvals to be able to use that July meeting date. Normally, the next meeting that we had, we would iron out the agenda for that meeting, the Apply Texas Speedy meeting. But for the online training in April, we won't have a meeting probably before, or at least not early enough that would be helpful in ironing that out. And I don't know if Tim, if you guys or your team has heard anything from technical folks about what their questions are, or if it's even something they're interested in doing.
We haven't asked them directly about that kind of, like an online training or something. We always send out the changes. We will need to send out the changes. We won't have the conference until after we're up and running. So we won't use the conference to introduce things that will be put into production, although usually by the time we do the conference, we're done. You know, there's not much that happens after that, but there's a good month or so of testing and before we open, typically if we have the conference in June. So in this case, we won't be opening until later. So we just want to make sure we get everything communicated. Rebecca and I are going to the TCC, which is the Aleutian Consortium, to give them an update. That's in May. Yeah. So we're going to make a presentation there. That takes care of banner schools. Takes care of 40, I think, of our schools, which is a chunk, but obviously not everyone. So we'll want to think of some other way if we can. We could probably, we need to poll maybe the IT contacts and see what they think would be, what they would want, other than simply a list, we don't have technical training now for them. We send out the list, and a lot of them come to the conference and find out ahead of time. So we want to make sure they get things ahead of time and maybe have an opportunity to ask questions and follow up, which is what the conference gives them that they don't get just by seeing the posted changes.
Have you already signed up for the presentation at TCC?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't think the agenda's been published, but yeah,
It has not, yep.
Yeah, we sent something in.
So are you saying that there's a possibility that you can maybe post the changes prior to that?
Prior to May 24th?
I think that's probably, yeah. We usually post in June, early June. That's our goal anyway. So moving back a month would put us early May.
Okay.
That should be doable.
Okay.
Where do you post? Where do you post?
We post it in the admin suite. And we also, now we're sending that information out to some of the vendor ERPs, Aleutian, Gensvar, some of the other, and through the TCC banner and possibly colleague,
Do we normally
recruiter,
send that
some of the.
out?
Yeah, we do.
We do? Who does that? When you say we?
Send it through TAC? No, we don't. I don't think so.
Okay.
The vendor products are much more, who are moving into the state for recruitment and student systems are building imports, automatic imports into their systems from the Apply Texas app. So a recruiter has done that. Seems to me, I know at least, I'm not thinking of them, but I know at least one, maybe two others that are building that. Who was it? Target X, I think, was one that we've been in contact with about how to consume the EDI. But anyway, it's not the names aren't important, but they're moving in that direction. So we need to keep in contact with them too, as what changes are being made.
When that list gets posted, can we send it out as an entity on TACRO?
Yeah.
Because it's been such a big change, and, okay.
Yeah, why not?
Okay, thanks.
We'll put that in the minutes too, that when the changes go out, we'll send a notice to TACRO. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
All right, so on the two different meetings, Tim and his team will reach out to the IT group to see kind of what kind of support they're requesting or needing based on the fact that the workshop will be moving. And then we will hold the workshop, will be more for users. We'll have to decide if we want to have any of the IT stuff for the Applied Texas side. I know Speedy will have some of their IT folks probably coming in, but on the Applied Texas side, it may be more a user conference, user workshop.
Yeah, those meetings, typically that meeting is co-chaired by one of the chairs of this committee and Richard Jimerson, who's the IT Standing Committee or Technology Standing Committee Chair. So those meetings need to get started in terms of developing
But this
the
group
schedule.
doesn't develop any of the agenda for the Speedy side, is that right?
Not the Speedy side.
No, but typically we consider, your presentation as more of a technical presentation.
Right. And I think we have technical breakout sessions on the Applied Texas, and I asked the team to correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think we get a lot of feedback that immediately affects the things we're putting into production. We learn a lot from each other. There's not a presentation about the changes. That's part of the bigger presentation. Right. But we do get just kind of a sit down and talk to each other about how things are working and how they're using our software, our website, and Q&E, how are they consuming our apps, and what could we think about. We get good ideas from them about the future, but I don't know that the fact that will happen after we open will significantly impact the usefulness of a session like that.
So, yeah, so you would recommend that you continue to have that session, yeah. Let's make sure that Richard Jimerson is aware that you would like that. We're trying to find ideas, or he is, that are more technology related that they can offer to make it worthwhile for the technical people to come for the day.
Right.
It's been a little bit lacking, I think. And I believe they will try to get National Student Clearinghouse to participate, and we're hoping that because they've put this between the other two meetings, that they will be more inclined to participate in all of the meetings.
I know we brought someone from NSC. They were not able to attend last year, if I remember, but the year before. And it was very much appreciated.
Yeah.
So I think Sean sits on that same committee with me. That's a steering committee or a customer service committee for Speedy. I think he's on that group too. I need to double check with him. If he's not, then I can certainly put a bug in the ear of the people at NSC to try to get someone to come.
That would be great. I mean, if you could just let them know the dates ahead of time, that would be very helpful. I'm sure that the university issues and community college issues chairs would be interested in having them potentially, unless it's the same presentation both places. But
yeah.
The 19th is the Applied Texas Speedy Day.
Right. Okay.
That'd be great.
And do you know if the university is the days before or after?
The university is the day before, and
One day before?
The
Okay, so-
time has changed. In the past, University Issues is met from noon till noon of the next day. This year, it will be all day on Tuesday, the 18th. And then the community college will meet the 18th and half a day on the 19th, that Friday. So they maintain their same schedule.
Okay.
Okay. So Michelle, is Richard waiting on one of us to start working with him now? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, it would be a good idea to contact him. And what we've done in the years past is we've had a standing meeting. I think we met every Friday when we got closer, but it was maybe every other for now, just making sure that people are assigned responsibilities, and we make sure that we get the agenda in place and we confirm with presenters. Yeah, it'd be good to reach out to him.
Okay. All right. So that brings us to discussion of future agenda items and the next meeting date. Listening to our discussion today, this is what I had written down for future agenda items. One, we talked to early on about wanting to have a residency update at the next meeting, kind of what's going on and where we're going with that. Michelle has started a workflow, which I have forwarded to Claudette, on the formal process for receipt and review of change request for using the change form. So at the next meeting, we'd want to go through that and make sure that we agree with that. We can do some work and then just basically propose it, make sure it's acceptable to everyone. I had put a note on here that we would have some Applied Texas workshop planning, but I don't know. I'm looking to those that have worked with the workshop before. Do we still talk about that at another meeting, or is that done completely off? Okay, so we'll take that off, so we don't need to have that at the next, I guess it could be an update,
An update. Yeah.
workshop update. Okay. Then I had put a note to have an update on the progress for our Applied Texas application changes, and then time for Tim or the team to ask us any questions they may have stumbled onto while trying to make these changes. And then I had put down here, because we have to have everything in an agenda in order to discuss it, a discussion of new changes that have come in, so we can at least go ahead and consider them. We may not be able to put them in place, but if Tim says that's nothing, it's changing something easy, then maybe we can put it through.
Right, and I can add it just like I did this last agenda, where it's just a general, and if something comes in, I just had to have a cutoff for review. So now we know we have some things that were pending from, after, and then we have this other one. Hopefully we'll get the formal request, and then, work from that. So I'll just leave another general item like
And
that.
can we discuss, do we need to have an agenda item for the foster care discussion, or would it fall underneath that agenda item?
I think it'll fall underneath that agenda item. Mhm.
What about a legislative update at that point? Will there be, won't we know some things by then? If you put that on there, you could cover a lot of ground.
Not me. It would be our external relations office. I can have them come and talk to you guys about what the outcomes were and how that might impact some of the work that we do. But
Would be good, so legislative update, it's a good idea.
Yes.
They're usually one of those, they usually do that at the conference as well, or often
Yes.
do
Yes,
that.
yeah, that's a big one.
Government.
It's an external relations officer. Yeah. Right.
They're discussing residency, they're discussing the foster.
And dual credit, all those good things.
So there may be some implications for Applied Texas itself.
Right.
Good to know.
Yes, and our ER person is really good, or our staff is really good about coming in and updating, letting people know what's currently down the pipe, coming up through the pipeline, and provide status. I wish we could have had them here today, but I mean, it really just would have been more informative on overall legislation that we're moving forward. So really, I'd like for him to come and talk to you guys about specifically what impacts the work that you guys do.
Can anyone think of anything else that would want to address in the next meeting that should be added to an agenda? The next meeting time then, I'm thinking April-ish, unless someone thinks we need to meet in March, but I think normally it's about an every other month kind of thing.
April will be too soon for the legislative update. I mean, we're looking at after June for any impact.
Maybe at the workshop then.
Right.
So we'll take the legislative update out. Unless there's something, no, we wouldn't know. We wouldn't have anything yet to be able to say we have to do it, 'cause it's all still being discussed.
Right, and our board meeting is in April. I don't, we have some things, I don't know if we have language. I don't think we have anything going to our board about Applied Texas. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but are we supposed to be meeting every other month, or, because you guys said?
No, it's just generally when we would. That's about average for what we did. A long time ago, we used to meet every month.
Ooh. I think you're required to meet 4 times, right? Quarterly? Only 2 in
Yeah, I
statute?
don't know.
Right. Well, I will let you know this. The reason, this kind of ties into the reason why I handed out that paper. I handed out recently travel expenses. Our leadership did get a report to the board recently to talk about expenses that are incurred in coming to advisory meetings. And Jane kind of cobbled together what was submitted to her. The board was not thrilled about the expense. So that's something I just wanted to bring to you guys about. There was discussion on minimizing actual meeting in person, but Jane advised me, and I agree, is that you need to meet in person at least, again, the 2 times a month, really to talk about what's moving forward. Like in December, what was a great meeting to have everyone here. And maybe at the very beginning of the year, but having multiple meetings seem to be frowned upon. And so what they're trying to suggest, and this is not just our board, but it's also in the legislature, they're wanting to crack down on expenses for advisory boards in general. Any expenses that can be incurred through conference calls, not ideal, but it is something that we may be moving to. I'm not sure if that's going to be enforced, but the expenses the board did discuss the expenses as being something, because it's expenses to your institutions. It's not to the agency, but it's to your institutions. And I know that, Margaret just sent me her expense report, and she stated that she's trying to find ways to cut costs, but there's still an expense in travel. So we want to, I don't know what you guys' thoughts are on moving to online formats, and not the best thing to do.
So why, if the institutions are willing to invest in
Right.
this, what difference does it make?
I really
Why
couldn't
would the
answer
coordinating
that.
board have any input in that respect? Because the expense to the coordinating board is very minimal.
I think it's state dollars in general. It's not necessarily an expense to our agency, but to the institutions. And this is not just coming from our board. This is coming from, I've sat in on some of the state of the education committees that are happening at the legislative sessions. They're also talking about, because we at the agency are having to convene multiple groups for other things too. They're saying that's ridiculous. You can set up conference calls, no problem. I'm just letting you know those are the discussions that are happening. So,
But the conference calls aren't as focused. I mean, there's a real downside to that, because then
There's
we're all in
pros
our
and cons.
offices and we're doing our other work while we're
Right,
trying.
yeah.
You're half engaged.
Right.
So.
no, I understand. I just wanted to let you all know that that's something that may come down the pipeline eventually if we're really having to enforce something like that. But I did want to let you know that. And that's why we're having to gather this information, because we have to report it.
So, do we meet in April? Do we call this it for the year? And if something happens, then Claudette can convene a conference call. We could see how it would go, and we would need everything available through a webinar. A conference call isn't going to work. It's going to have to be a webinar so that we can see all the documents
Right.
and be led through. I don't see a conference call working.
Since they're frowning upon it right this minute, maybe we can still have our April meeting, and maybe this will be for the new academic year. That at that time, maybe figure out how to do meetings like this. It will be difficult, like you stated, but maybe, I don't know, Claudette, maybe just finish out this one year.
And I'll go with your recommendation. It looks like Jarrell has some input.
Yeah, I think Claudette kind of touched on this. The legislature and the LBB is looking at all advisory committees and boards and groups. And I think legislation will be put in, not particularly for this group, but for all of them, about trying to find ways of meeting. I think you talked about webinars, face-to-face. You got to see people's faces, and allow that in this code to be able to be a functioning, allowable meeting. It's growing a lot more than we would have expected. It's actually happening pretty fast. So now we're pulling budgets for all advisory committees. LB is also looking at the fields of study meetings. I mean, we have bunches of those, and they're looking at how much we're paying for those. And like I said, it's coming. I think Michelle brought this up. It's coming from the institutions, but they're looking at how institutions are funding this and digging not just from us, but back to your own institutions and passing on costs potentially to students and that sort of message. So I don't think it's going away. It could pass during session, but I know it's starting to bubble, and not more than our division. It's a number of different divisions.
Right, and I'm okay with having another meeting in April if you want to feel like that, and that's closer to the end of the academic year at least, going into the summer months. So I'm okay with having another meeting in April. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. If we're forced to do otherwise, then we might have to do that. But I'm good with an April meeting if you have a date that's secure, that you have a recommendation for a date. But like I said, with the legislative update, I don't see much more of what you'll get other than what's going through the pipeline. There's no formal decisions would be made at that point until really about end of May, June. So I would rather have someone here to talk to you guys about the outcomes and how it affects the work that you're doing.
But it could be that we have that particular session is at the workshop, because that's in July.
Right. And I mean, then that would be ideal if, yeah.
Can we add that to the agenda then?
The
Possible.
For the workshop? The workshop agenda?
Well, yes, that too, but for our next meeting, possible, like planning of virtual meetings?
Oh, I
don't
got it,
know,
okay.
like, you know,
Yes.
however we're gonna do that. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, sorry, I was still stuck on the legislative thing.
Okay.
And I hear you about virtual meetings. I've sat in on many of them. I know you're half listening and not really paying attention because you're distracted. So I completely agree with you. But like I said, we may be forced to move in that direction. I just wanted to let you know those things. So we can do a planning. And it could be that we do 4 a year and then 2 are off on via conference and then the other 2 are in person. You just need to figure out what, these are just suggestions, and that could be brought up in the agenda for next meeting. Thinking about when would be good times to do that.
Okay. So we'd have to check your calendar to see when the room is available for April.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
perfect.
good. The 19th or not, sorry. Okay.
That's fine. Does anyone have a day in April that you're interested in? I know that ACRO is at the beginning of April this year, like the 2nd through the 5th or something in there. I don't know when TACAC is. It's normally in April. I have no idea. 3rd through 25th.
So we are thinking we will meet without those legislative updates then in April?
Right.
Okay.
I mean, unless there's something that would be pertinent and informative, but I don't see at that point there would be. It's just the same old up in the air, and at that time in the legislative session, they can shift either way. So I really wouldn't want to even get your hopes up about something and then say, okay, no, they made this change at the end. So it'd be better to wait.
What day is it? Oh, it's Tuesday. I was.
Yeah, Easter's the 15th, I think. I don't know if that affects anything.
Yeah, Easter is the 16th.
16th?
So the 11th or the 18th, those are Tuesdays. 18th would be the day before your board, so I don't know how that works. Go with 11th?
No, the only dates available are the 3rd, the 12th. 6th.
Okay, so the 3rd, I can't be here on the 3rd. Y'all gonna meet without me? Oh, Melinda can't be here either, so good luck, Claudette.
I don't think I can be here either.
12 or 13, that's a Wednesday or a Thursday?
The 13th.
12 or 13 or 17?
12, 13, 17, 25, 26.
How about by the way, for all of you that have administrative professionals, that's their days on the 26th, just to let you know. If you have someone, though, that you need to take care of, that's on the 26th. The 12th or 13th, that's a Wednesday or a Thursday? Anybody have a preference? Wednesday, the 12th? 12th sounds good. I didn't know what today was, so.
Like, why does that sad day sound familiar?
What is? Oh, no, I think we're good on the 12th.
No, I will not be here that day.
We're not good on the 12th.
That's my birthday, so.
The 12th? Oh, the 27th.
Saying
Oh,
the
but we're good on the
27th of
12th.
April. Yeah, I got 12.
Okay, we're good on the 12th. Okay.
Oh, just one other thing. Length of time, the agenda obviously didn't go until 4 today. So are you guys okay with either doing it from 9:30 to 2 or 3:30? Is there a time frame you all want to change? Or do you want to keep it 9 to 2, 9 to 3?
We like 9.
9?
Yeah, I'd rather have it.
And then leave early.
And finish early. Makes Candace really happy when we finish.
That makes me happy.
But I would want to keep it at 4, because we have gone to that.
Right.
So, yeah, 9 to 4.
Okay, 9 to 4 still? Okay, all right. I didn't put a time ending, so we get lucky and are out at 2:30. Yay! Yes.
Yes. Yeah, there's a question.
Yeah, but
In reviewing the May 4th minutes, I noticed that there was a panel discussion with high school counselors, and one of the topics that was addressed was the usernames being cumbersome. That was something that my district had asked to bring forward as well, and I didn't see any follow-up on any of the minutes or on this discussion of current build-outs or upgrades in Apply Texas. So could someone update me on what the status is?
You'll be so excited about this.
We're in
Take
the
it away,
process
Tim.
of changing that. We're testing it right now. We're going to move to email as a user ID. Hopefully, we'll start moving it to production in the next month.
awesome. Thank you.
Is there, before, it doesn't sound like, other than some updates that this meeting is, need anything in particular from the team? And just an update of where we are?
Yeah, it's more of an update of where you are and if you have any questions back for us.
Okay.
And then we will have, if there are any new items, we'll bring those up to see if there's anything that can be easily fixed, but most of them will be probably moved to the next.
Right.
Yeah, opening earlier, that's, April, whatever, 12th is equivalent of May 12th now, and we try to shut down by June 1st, and so that we have time to do testing and all of that. But we could certainly look at whatever you want us to look at.
And this is not the formal agenda. I mean, we'll be sending out a call out for other agenda items if you want to offer those too before the next meeting. Just let us know and we can add it to the agenda. And but this is for sure what you all want to talk about. That will go. We'll make it on the agenda for next time. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and adjourn the meeting, and I hope everybody has a safe travel home. Thank y'all.
Bye.